As we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, let's make sure that we are with everything set to public and such and in the right categories and such. As yeah, bit rates and everything, yeah, everything's working. Same for the O. And yeah, as the title kind of says, I'm gonna go do a watch alt run as I've been meaning to. We'll likely actually start with that. Although I'm like extremely curious about the patch notes. I've explicitly not seen much of it. I've seen like just the weapon talent, just because somebody posted it by itself in a Discord. But I haven't seen anything else of it. And yeah, I wouldn't mind going and checking that out in a bit. But we'll do that in a bit once it's once some the regulars are kind of in here.
Priority objective available.
Because quite often, yeah, we did that at the start, and then people come in and go like, "Wait, you already discussed it?" Like, yeah, I already discussed it. And so let's let people filter in, and then we'll go. Yeah, I'm on second account. We're gonna do a watch alt run here because they announced BTS. I was meaning to do so over the weekend, but then over the weekend we'll do other things and stuffs. I like the BTS. So, and I'm gonna grab that clan cash at level 30 because it is Thursday, so we do get that. And of course, the clan cash does roll decently well, so actually this could be a good place for getting some of the weapons and stuff. Also, yeah, clan items. I'm surprised actually that they never fixed this. Like, this was always one of my expectations of like, this'll get fixed. They don't take any inventory space, so technically there is actually value to, for instance, keeping and optimizing these kinds of items because they don't take inventory space there. Kind of valuable that way. I noticed as well actually that the exotic and the two named items of the Twitch shop also actually aren't affected by existing. So yeah, just as a heads up. Nothing of that was worth keeping for no. Nah, I'm never gonna make that head under build. Also, by the look of things and the kind of rumors that currently exist, there doesn't seem to be like watch alts might become a thing of the past. So yeah, actually in this one, so normally we would just do a Woni start. Instead, I'm gonna take this character because I've already put the gear on it and stuff, and they have some currency as well. So I'll just take this character. One thing I want to check, yeah, I've already made that. Also on this account, yeah, all the gear is like 29 or 30. Used to be watch tier 5 stuff. Oh yeah, so we need to go talk to the guy to get out of here. Not just try to fast travel to New York.
Hope you're ready to go to New York.
So yeah, we'll do the initial part of New York. That'll take us to 31. Afterwards, we'll go do Coney and Pentagon.
The division have suffered heavy casualties at City Hall.
Anything is that.
There was a targeted strike.
I'll be sure to tell that Nokia that he's sex. But that's what she said me. That's what she told me to say, right?
Calling all agents. This is Agent Fei Lau requesting immediate reinforcements at City Hall.
I'll send him my regards, like a Lannister. Let's actually make some special ammo happen.
I extracted some of the survivors, but there are still people trapped inside the building. Be careful. We got hit with a bioweapon. Masks on at all times.
And yeah,
Follow me. We've got to get up there.
Surprising actually that we are getting a PTS. So wait, well, the answers will likely be in there. But is it then also? Is it also content BTS? Are they actually gonna let us get into Brooklyn? I guess we'll see in the patch notes in a sec. Because I haven't read the patch notes
Delso,
yet.
get inside
Well,
City
we'll save
Hall
it
and
for
secure
in
the
a
wounded.
minute.
I'll send help as soon as I
Maybe
can.
halfway through the run, we'll just we'll letting people filter in and such. Wait, what do you got? One there.
Agent,
Cash.
climbing through the roof. Follow me.
Entering contaminated area.
I love the buildings here, kind
Unknown
of.
biological compound detected.
Really makes you feel tiny.
Contaminated area.
Kind of rage. You seen the Year 7 Season 1 patch notes? Not, I've seen them, or like I've seen that they exist. I haven't read them yet. I saved them for this evening, although I've been busy also the whole day. So, didn't really even have time. But yeah, I've been saving them, just so, you know, I see them for the first time on stream. And yeah, we're gonna do them in a little bit. As I am very curious,
Lau, we've reached City Hall. I'm with the survivors.
I'm gonna let people trickle in a little bit
The Haven
before
settlement is
we
sending
do
medics.
this.
Make sure
Quite
the
often
area
I
is
read them
secure
at the
before
very
they
start
arrive.
of a stream and then have to keep repeating myself of like,
Agent,
once the regulars are kind of in, I'm like, yeah, no, I did this about this. And then, so let's try to do it.
Keep your fucking mask on.
Let people trickle in a little and then we'll
Agent, this is Lau. There's a surveillance system in the basement. We
We'll go
need to
and
find out who is responsible
catch
for
up
the
on
attack.
the
See if
patch
you can
notes.
recover the tapes.
I'm curious if, like, if everything's in there.
Active server detected.
We'll see.
Downloading.
And either right here. Okay, we'll do a little part of a watch alt run here. I definitely want to get a 1 in. I might actually get 2 in today. Partially because, yeah, watch alt might become a non-thing in the future.
Lau, the medics have arrived.
And
They're extracting the
we'll
survivors.
see what that
Meet me
means.
at the Haven settlement.
But if nothing else, I can use one now. There's some Lingmo parts available. I was going to do it over the weekend, but yeah, PTS now. So I was totally not expecting PTS. Because I feel as well, PTS would have been...
City Hall is clear.
Although I think that's just
Let's
down
regroup
to
with the
it's
party and
having
go to
been
Haven.
a pre-recorded thing. And maybe they weren't too sure about the date.
We got
But yeah, that video would have been like
here.
the moment to kind of... like, hey, also PTS, but yeah, maybe because it was pre-recorded.
Leaving contaminated area.
Nice to see you
I'm a
in
little
one
OP against these
piece. Lau
guys
sent us Haven's coordinates. Let's go.
with this gear, but that's also kind of the point. And I'm taking the OD set again. And this is kind of, I actually have a bunch of options, but I feel this OD set is quickly becoming my preferred tool. It was more for watch alts just Woni now? No. So
Strange being here.
this
Where
one,
it all
the best thing
started.
to do is actually just do a Woni
guess you build
start.
up a
So you
picture
start
in
at
your
level
mind.
31.
You assume
I
it
didn't do
had to
that
be a
with this
perfect storm
character,
for
but I was
everything
also
to go
using
so
this
well.
character to check the vendors
The
and
more
stuff
you
at level
look at it,
30.
the more you realize this could
As
have
for instance,
happened anywhere.
Cassie this week does actually have a
Amherst
good
just chose New York.
Fox's Prayer for level 13. But you basically want to either do the New York start or like if it's a character like that, go do New York because it'll level you to 31 basically at the start of this. That's just a
That should slow him down.
guaranteed thing. And then for watch alting, it is still the DZ method, and we're gonna go do that in a second as well, where I'm gonna do a few PvE stuff at level 30 and 31 that is quick and easy XP. So Coney and then the Endagon start missions. Most of those are like big amounts of
Get to Haven as soon as you can. Just don't expect a warm welcome.
XP. So we'll do those, and then we'll go into the DZ and start doing landmarks. And when we say DZ, it's also not the real DZ. It's not like a PvP DZ. It's a yeah, we're going in at level 31. We're being put in a bracket of 31 till to 39, or well, actually not 1 to 39. Also, yeah, so I always like grab these loots and stuff because you know you might get something good at 31. I just never knew about that, or just had never noticed it before until like the last run. Like how oh yeah, actually there's a lag there, and there's a door there. I just hadn't ever realized that before here. Oh, there's 2 more crates. And hey, them in sir. Oh yeah, at 31, especially doing the other farming methods for some of the gear and stuff. But you still sometimes get something. So might as well. Also, I did account your resources earlier. Yeah. So this part just takes like 10 minutes, but is a full level. So that's
We're here to speak
kind
with
of
Rhodes.
unbeatable landmark
You're
style.
not welcome here. We've taken in enough agents. It never ends well for us.
And a different key. Been waiting forever. Well,
Let him in.
then
Rhodes
let's
wants
make
to
you
hear
wait longer. I'm canceling the stream. Coming back online.
Fine.
There's a lot of voters. I'm sure the days of watchmills are counted. Yeah. I'm gonna guess they
Welcome
will
to
likely
Haven.
remove it,
This settlement
especially
was
or
founded
like
a few months back by
the
some
mechanics behind
ex-JTF
it.
and
Maybe they'll
civilian
make it a
volunteers.
one-time thing.
They're calling themselves
They'll tie
the
it to
Peacekeepers.
accounts or the character
It's the
slot
safest
and not
place
per
in
se
Lower
the
Manhattan. They got
character
security,
itself. So.
food, supplies, you name it. The fact that they're still going and haven't been run over by the Rikers or the
Because
cleaners
yeah, level 40
is pretty
boost
impressive.
plus
But
what we
they're
have
not very
currently
fond
would
of the
be
division, which is why we need
kind
to
of
convince
breaking.
them to help us while we go
And
after
I'm sure
Keenan.
they're aware of
Come
that.
see me in Rhodes' office. He's not my biggest
Oh, the
fan.
new
Too
mass
much
of its
history there.
talents are
Hopefully
on
we can
one
convince him to
gun. Do
let
you
us
think you
stay.
could determine the? I haven't read the passions yet. I think. I'm gonna guess there is a. Wait, so it's 2 talents on 1 gun, so it's like Alpha Bridge. Then we'll read them all in a
that.
second.
The division
But I
had
haven't
its
read them
chance.
yet.
We
We'll
need
wait
somewhere
for
to
people to kind of
recruit.
trickle
Find
in and
somewhere
then
else.
read
How
it
do you know
because
Haven isn't Keener's next
usually I
target?
read like
Are you kidding me?
I read them right at the start
Don't
and
make
then
us a target.
you know everybody comes
We
in
can
and
keep you
one by one
safe.
gets like,
Of course you can.
what about this?
It's
What
like
about
Hell's
that?
Kitchen. I'm not gonna fall for that shit again. We're
Okay,
fighting
the
the
Watch
same
Mills in
fight
DLC?
here.
We won't know till we know. a lot of things with the DLC
Situation's
currently.
fucked
The
up.
answer is just going to be
Boys back in Midtown. These people
that,
feel
basically.
safe.
Just I don't know. We'll see it when we see it. I would expect so. There is no way
Situation
you
feels
keep a level
better for
40
you
Mew like big
Feeling
start
safe
and
doesn't mean you are.
there's of course still ways around it because it could for instance lock you into Brooklyn for like 3 or 4 hours and there not being an account shared resource thing there, kind of like in the past with Wony, right? That could be a way of doing it.
To take care of Keenan.
But I don't think they would do that. I
I want
feel
you
they
out.
won't lock us into Brooklyn once we go there. Especially because the scouts and stuff likely there's going to be likely scouts and stuff. That's going to be the
But right now,
the-
his whereabouts are unknown.
the one side of things, and
Next move.
Based on the
then
footage you
in
found,
Brooklyn we'll have kind of
managed to get leads on the
the
other
kind of like this actually. So this character basically when we're in New York we'll have the Manhunt, the original series Manhunt,
unknown, but we think he's
the
linked to
season
three
1
lost
Manhunt
drones we've been
basically,
tracking around the city.
or season 0.
One was recently shot down in Civic Center. We need you to recover the drone.
The
You might be able to
Wony
find it.
Manhunt, and then because if this character kind of goes out of here, they get the scats. So we'll see how that works. But yeah, I would expect maybe to just remove it as a function. I wouldn't even be against it, honestly.
They've been tracking their
If they coincided with
Heavy
rebalancing
weapons expert and the acting leader of the
resources,
Rikers here in Lower
basically.
Manhattan.
He's holed up in a
They're
fortified
the
compound
same
in Wall Street. We've had
kind.
some agents looking for
Okay.
a chink in his armor for some time now.
Oh, same as
Checking with the
okay.
local
So
safe
we're
house
getting
for more info.
Alpha Bridge then. Well, we'll read it.
Javier Kajika, tactical operations expert.
He's a ghost, but he leaves a remarkable signature. We've had reports of a number of patrols being
such as
ambushed in
buffer
battle
regions,
park.
so we actually
We're
have
pretty sure
to
it's
play
Kachiga.
with expertise
Best
and
bet, we should follow the
resources.
trail and see
Yeah,
where it leads.
and one of the things is though, if they, for instance, remove watch alts,
Going
they
after any of
could
these targets
actually
will bring us closer to Keener.
In the meantime, we'll do what we can from
like
Haven
we'll
to support you. Good luck, Agent.
redo the whole system of how the resources work there, make it a lot cheaper on, because for now, for instance, as well, for instance, you know, proficiency and expertise are pretty expensive. All those prices could come down if, because now it's basically, it's fine because watch alts exist. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, we didn't need to watch all those, but I still kind of did. Just seeing as I was talking there. Or should I as well for a second? I want to check if I actually put my points in. I did. Do want to quickly check level 31 on gear on Benitez and the other guy. Because if they have anything good to sell, we might buy. Yeah. None of those. So the mule is officially dead, unofficially likely. Nothing at this point is official, because keep in mind as well, like officially we have seasonal characters, right? if that's the thinking. And yeah, we never did, right? Seasonal characters is a thing that never happened. It got announced, but then. So yeah, we don't know till we know, till the final version. Oh yeah, we don't get Hunter Killer until 40. So I'm gonna go and grab that. I forgot. Nothing useful here. Maybe even talents. Doesn't look like it. Let's take it back to DC. But yeah, for the time being, there's still a month away as well. I kind of need some resources on second account here. That's why we're going here. I'm gonna, yeah, first go to DC and then go to Coney. Ranger. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of combinations you could do. One talent can actually be pretty, I mean, measured plus killer ARs. Depends on what the cost is of the mask. We'll see in a second. We'll go into that likely after Coney and some of the others, and go actually read the patient. With the rifle, actually, yeah, I mean, yeah, ranger or rifleman would be enough to add on to it. The reason we go for Coney is, first of all, we want to see our feet. We have a feet fetish. Floating feet there. This is basically like for 4 seconds you get 150k-ish.
Find an entrance under the boardwalk. That will be your base for this operation.
Which is like half of a level, 40% of a level.
Whenever you're ready to start this
That was
off,
the mission.
head on up to
We
Henderson
got like
Walk.
40% of
It should
a
be
level
right
there.
above you.
Yeah, neither Sean. Fashion looks interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna look at him in a sec. I haven't yet, and I only saw the weapon talent just because it was posted in a Discord that I was in, and before I even like realized what they were talking about, I saw the talent, which also, yeah.
We have a situation.
Well, I actually haven't really looked at, because actually, yeah, today I was working on that DPS star 0 at 0 seconds, which is likely going to be. I'll be surprised if that thing gets barely any views, especially with, you know, all the other interesting things going on. But kind of wanted to just have that video out as a rebuttal to a bunch of people that disagree with that. So, and I fully agree with DPS being 0 and 0.
Brenner, Recon 4 has a visual on an unknown helo.
Gonna
heading
show
east
why
over
that
the
is.
Potomac.
Patrol toward the shoreline. Might be an
Let me
insertion.
catch up here as well. Hey, Minnie. Yeah, I'm just gonna solo this one. Yeah, although I kind of enjoy it as well, and I'll be a little bit sad to see it go, but I think it will be better for the game if it doesn't exist, and the balance of resources is just better. It's kind of one of those, you know, I loved my level 31 Lexington that I had on like Actually, it was on the other account. It wasn't third account. But I'm happier in general for it to be,
Detected.
you know, level 40. Like set to level 40 for everyone. 15 trails giving out as much would suck to them. The level 5. There is no level 15 in the trailer, unless I've missed something. They're not gonna raise level cap. If they were gonna raise level cap, they would have said so by now. Level cap is not a thing they're gonna touch, and rightly so as well. They know their game well enough, hopefully, at this point that they won't. Those kind of things will work in games where there is a class system, and you know it's building tall. You know, you're building basically one build up, and then maybe like a variation of it, but per character you're basically making one build, you know, really strong. Division isn't about that. Division is wide. So you're doing a bunch of builds, and they don't all need to be maxed out, but it's much more about, you know, you can max out a build, especially with expertise and stuff, but it's much more about going wide than it is going tall. So, especially as well, without, you know, things such as classes, because we don't have this.
Contact! Outside the western perimeter!
But yeah, nothing in that trailer, unless I missed something, said anything about cap raise.
Shade beacon detected. Source located.
That must be our agent. Let's hope she's okay. I'll leave this channel quiet. The agent there can handle this from here.
On the solar farm, take away watch mills and to adjust resources. Yeah, I would also think that if they touch watch alts, they're gonna do it together with, because they were definitely talking about rebalancing the economy. That's pretty good. I mean, it depends on what costs it come at. We'll see that. It was optimizing SM for space and recalibrated detail. You can. Wait, was that? I always forget. Is it recalibration or is it optimization that you can reset by selling to the vendor and buying back? I think it's recalibration, right? Just I haven't done it in a while. One of those two you can reset by selling to the vendor and buying it back. So. Also, the handbasket is still gettable. Like, it's currently still farmable. In basically, the project is still alive underneath everything.
Good.
So you can just farm eggs or for one, basically, or you can go and farm the loot goblin. So when the divisions start having drops, 2020. They've been doing Twitch drops like forever. I think even Division 1 had Twitch drops, right? They had like one set of Twitch drops. Early on, it didn't used to have many of them because one time they had one and it messed up in a big way and they had to fix a lot of stuff. Nowadays, they're doing it differently with a different system.
Already sent to Hilo with reinforcements.
But yeah, also in this case as well, that's also... And it's only on Twitch, but also as my title says on Twitch,
Explosive compounds detected.
Not me in this case. I don't have them, but it's just 3 hours of watching somebody. So, but yeah, again, for those also watching on Twitch, if you're expecting that, yeah, just the I'd rather not have anybody think they're getting something when they're not. It's also why the title says sorry, no drops. Also, I was actually planning on this week being mostly in Warframe. We'll postpone that. Because, yeah, I want to PTS tomorrow. And also, to have time to PTS tomorrow, I kind of want to get this watch all done, seeing as we have Lingmo as well this week. Because there's a thing I want to do, which is just silliness with some Lingmo. But this gives me the option to do it this week, so... But I need to watch out for it. So, or I need basically a ton of resources, so we're getting those here. So we're doing a watch out run quickly.
Eliminated.
Better get inside, quickly.
Implementation is no longer on. What do you mean that your current ultimate is no longer valid? Although I've seen that sentiment around, I'm hoping you don't share it in that way, because I've seen some people go like, "Oh, they, you know, they've put out a new ultimate, and my ultimate is now no longer." The thing is, you paid a certain price for your ultimate to receive a certain amount of things. That never back then included any future DLCs. And also the price went back up, basically, because now as well, for instance, on key sites and stuff, there is 2 of them that we have to do. Yeah. There's 2 different ultimates, one with Wony and one with Brooklyn. Wait, what? I don't know. Is that 50? You mean just on their level thing? I think they were like SHT 50 or something. Maybe, but yeah, there's not going to be a like the underlying level cap thing. No, is it? No. The last time they did it, they kind of got away with it because they were also doing Gear 2.0. We had to refarm everything anyway, so it was kind of like, you know, it flew under the radar. Doing it without a full like gear system, and I feel Gear 2.0 is just, yeah. I'm hoping they don't ever consider that. It was the right move to go to Gear 2.0, but that also, yeah, came with a lot of teething problems. There's about a way to acquire blueprints you're missing for crafting table. At the very least, they seem to be, because one of the things they were discussing is exotic blueprints from, you know, in some ways, to fill or to complete your collection. So they're at least touching blueprints. We'll see actually tomorrow with the PTS if anything like what's in reconstructed caches isn't. That's more just bug fixing. We'll see actually if they. This would be a nice time for them to fix all of those things, but a nice time would have also been like a year and a half ago. That would also been a nice time. So yeah, we'll see. No idea. We'll see. We'll get a glimpse at PTS. At the very least. Because if it's fixed in PTS, you know, we can assume it's going to be fixed in there. And yeah, here as well. And I'm basically a sliver away from 32 by doing these 2 missions and Haven. Then let's actually, yeah, let's read these things. We're going to read the patch notes here in a second. Exactly. That's actually embraced as well. We're on 7A. Really excited for PTS tomorrow. Same here. Also, for once, I get to jump into the PTS like on the first day. For the last like 4 PTSs, although usually I work quite often on the Fridays, right? But it's been basically every time I've had to just be at work and kind of in the background, kind of half watch other people have, you know, run around the PTS and frolic, and I was just like, I want to do that too. But yeah, it's IKEA gotta eat, so I can't stay this fat and not work, basically. So if I want to stuff my face with food to stay this fat, I need to work. So get Langmo bag of blueprints. I mean, if they fix up the blueprints, I mean, if they're touching the blueprints, one would hope they would fix it as well. While they're in that system, basically. But yeah, we'll see what that means, all of those things. I'm going to guess that part might be like a rework of the priority objective system, maybe just have the exotic blueprints in there, and then maybe with, I don't know, I'm speculating here, but especially things, so one of the annoying things is, of course, if you're like farming for a specific exotic and you can't get it, what if you had a blueprint that maybe for 2 exotic components, or hell, even like 5 or such, you could, you could craft let's say chameleon, or well, chameleon you wouldn't farm for per se, but coyote or something, so that if you get like 2 vowels and 3 catharsises and stuff, you can just still go and craft your coyote, basically. Or if you get 7 Acostas, you can craft a ninja bike and a memento and keep 1 Acosta, stuff like that. That would be a good system anyway. That's how a lot of similar games will do those systems, where you can deconstruct it for like the exotic components, and then several exotic components can be traded in for a different exotic, basically. So that if you get multiple duplicates or such, you can always kind of trade over. Would they mean we're getting Lengma this week? I mean, just one of the vendors has Lengma, or 2 of the vendors even have Lengma, so that I can buy Lengma and deconstruct it for crafting parts. Because I want to try and get on this account the Lengma chest also, just as a stupid, silly joke. But I've done worse for stupid, silly jokes. 511 build, for instance. I'm on 9,885 Lengmo parts, because Lengmo parts aren't capped. I want to get this over 10k, and the simple joke of just, I'm gonna like take a screenshot from main account where I have like 500 or something, and go like Lengmo. I already have a screenshot of around like 4,000 or something. That's gonna be Lengmore. And then I want a screenshot of over 10k, and that's gonna be Lengmost. We're memeing it. But yeah, for that I need some more Lengmo parts. But then also I'm gonna craft for that. I'm gonna craft for the Lengmo chest on this account and try to get the super unicorn here as well. I likely don't need add 10,000 points there, or 10,000 crafting parts, but might as well get that along the way, and just we'll post it on Reddit for those juicy karmas, right? Loot goblin, if you have one. Yeah, so basically the handbasket and first sight have this, where it needs to be basically visible to the game there, kind of in the same way as like the exotics and stuff. So either in your stash or on that character. You need to have one, and then he drops it. So, and it's not too hard to farm. I mean, well, sometimes it's annoying, but the loot goblin itself isn't hard to farm, but can take a while. So Brandon, so yeah, let's go. All right, let me catch up one last time, because I'm likely gonna, once I start there, I'm likely not gonna read much of chat for a little bit. Back when to drop from double crit. Yeah, actually, so on this account, Pomic actually graciously gifted me one. He's been a source of backbones for quite a while, for many of us actually. Lucky bastard. What's up with the really badly rolled hand baskets? So the one you get from the stash, so this one, or well, not this one, but the one you get like from the mailbox, it has no protections. So for instance, unless it's an item that is specifically set to, go God roll, Lexington style or Thermal style, in here, it has no difficulty, right? It has no protections against min rolls. So basically what the breadbasket that they gifted us was, it had no minimum roll. So no minimum roll, and it's gonna roll pretty shitty for a lot of people. I've also seen somebody pull like a god roll from it. Even there was even a detox god roll, or was a determined god roll with like that they could change to the detox. But you got to remember that still lets you skip farming the eggs. So it still had a lot of value. I saw a lot of people shitting on it, but it still had a lot of value for people that didn't do the eggs, because you could still, it's still in your inventory. You can go and farm for right ones from the hoarder. So there, yeah, getting the cringes. That's what we're going for. I mean, that's basically all that joke is set up for to do anyway. Other places would be better than exotic blueprints. I think Descent having that one thing. But a lot of game modes do have like a thing that is kind of tied to them. But I could see them sprinkle reconstructed caches out maybe in some other ways, and to keep it still kind of hard to get. Maybe you put just like one at the end of global events, each global event or something. Still keeping them rare, but still letting people slowly build them up. Is anything nerfed in the last 4 weeks? Haven't played at all. Last 4 weeks, not really. Your agent soul, yep. He misses you. He or she misses you. Go catch up. Yeah, patch notes. This tab, they actually, does it? Yes. So yeah, let's go through these patch notes. I haven't actually read them, really. I've only seen the weapon talents, just because it was kind of like posted by itself, and I read it before. But yeah, I've been trying to keep clean, and let's get going. So first of all, the PTS preload is already available. If you're not seeing it in the preload or in your library list, basically, if you're on PC, because yeah, it's only PC. If you're not seeing it there, reload UbiConnect, and then that'll usually fix that and show up. And then you can preload it already. I have, and it'll open tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time, which is actually my 1 p.m. as well. And it'll go till Monday, 1 p.m., which is the normal weekend, ETS weekend. Global modifier. This season global modifier is hardcore. is bad to the bone. Okay, yeah, hardcore. Bringing new build-focused bonuses to yourself and your allies that grow based on your gear cores. I read that as gear scores for a second. Actually, I was very confused. But yeah, no, gear cores. And increase even further upon defeating enemies marked with hostile countermeasures. Players gain 3 attribute scores: firearm, stamina, and electronics. Okay. Each bonus scaling with the current attribute tier. For those that don't know, firearm, stamina, electronics, that's Division 1 system. That's what we have now as red cores, blue cores, yellow cores. This used to be an attribute score. These used to be the attributes: firearm, stamina, electronics. Okay, wait, so we gain 3 attribute scores. Firearm, okay, so each bonus scaling with the current attribute tier. Likely, maybe it'll make sense in a second more. Firearms grants plus X% critical hit chance that bypasses the critical hit chance cap. What? Okay, how much of this can we get, though, then? Also grants plus X, so how much of this? Oh, I guess we see that in a second. Tier 5 effects. What does tier 5? Maybe it'll make sense in a second. Incident refills all ammo, including signature weapon ammo. Okay. Infinite grenade launcher incoming. Applies Y bonus. It's interesting that they went for the different letter here, just to not have the confusion there. Bonus armor every 300k damage you take. Oh, that could be. So every damage threshold we get an amount. Depends on what this amount is, but I'm guessing the rest will make it clear. Every time a skill is used, the cooldown of your other skill is reduced by percentage of its current value. Note: shields are excluded. Okay, I mean, okay, that makes a little sense. Tier progression and effect based on score. Is score something we build up? So tier 1, that's... Although actually, so this would be... Wait, what's tier 5? Let's say tier 5. Tier 5 is 10%. So we gain 10% crit chance. That bypasses the cap. And then on tier 5 as well, we have instantly refills all ammo. Okay. I'm guessing this is then like a... Well, maybe it'll make sense in a second. I'm not sure how we're going through these tiers yet. But I should peek over here. Maybe somebody's yelling at the screen. The one throwback, yeah. I wasn't expecting that. Although actually, now somebody kind of talking about somebody was talking about the mask that kind of sounded like Alpha Bridge. So maybe they're really gonna lean into it. We'll see. Actually, is that a level 31 memento there? No, it's a memento. But yeah, the pet peeve of mine to not call it memento, but yeah, that is indeed on this account. I had one before at World Tier 5, so I can get that. Yeah, you can't anymore is basically the thing. You either had one at the time that they changed world tiers, or you don't. Then I should suppose we'll get it. And the bias you could just get it from exotic caches. It was in the pool of exotic items at level 31. It wasn't even one that you had to redo basically. And yeah, let's keep going. So I'm still not sure how the tiering here works. Also, so for instance, even at tier 7.5, well, how much is this? 7.5% bonus armor every 300k damage. So let's say we have 1.8 times 1.8 times 0.075. So every 300k we would get 1.35. So basically, yeah, we got 150k-ish armor back every 300k or as bonus armor. But it also depends on how long this bonus armor stays around for. Also, this could be a decent way to trigger, because you would basically lose that damage, go halfway, and then it'll trigger again. This could be a good way for, because any bonus armor, especially if we don't need to give up a talent for it, Intimidate. Like that instantly comes to mind, because you could have Adrenaline Rush, and this could make it even more consistent, basically. Or Memento, and this could also then be on top of that. Basically. Actually, a good choice that it's damage or damage dependent. I wonder if we can trigger it ourselves, actually. That would be interesting if we could. If we could, hit ourselves with a certain grenade or something and trigger it, and then I wonder, it doesn't say a timer on it, which is weird, because bonus armor, usually it's bonus armor for this many seconds. There are some things that are infinite with this though. There was something else. Nimble holster? Yeah, that's a... Okay, they're really leaning into the thing then. Complete ammo refill, including signature armor kits refilled, and both cooldowns reset. Okay. Attribute scores are influenced by your gear and combat actions. Okay, there we go. Each gear core adds to your baseline score. Each gear core adds to your baseline score. Okay. Wait, what? Killing marked enemies grants bonus points. Let's keep reading. Maybe it'll make sense. That didn't clear up much to it. Does this mean just 5 red cores you're at this? But that and then you go into this? The season introduces 5 active modifiers designed to consume your current score bonus in exchange for a powerful temporary boost. While they work best when coordinated with a team, solo players will also benefit significantly from their effects. Okay, so this is one of those things that I feel they learned a lesson this season with Overdrive. Overdrive being a from zero trigger, basically, no prerequisite trigger, is just too good. Having it go to a system where it eats a resource and you have to first get the resource before you can trigger it was already something that I was kind of hoping for, because that will work quite a bit better overall, because you have to do some things first before you can do the ult. And I just triggered the ult by itself just because it's off cooldown. Broken Link on activation frees all attributes at their current score and doubles the values of each current bonus offered by the attributes' respective tiers for a limited duration. So, okay, that could be interesting. 20% crit chance for a limited time. on top of everything else. I can see that work. Target addition to environment. On activation, 3 unmarked targets within 35 meters will each be marked with a different mark. For the next 15 seconds, your kills and assists will yield a 2 times attribute score multiplier after the 15 seconds are up. Within the different mark. This will yield a 2 times attribute score multiplier. Okay. It doesn't say your kills and assists of marked targets. It just says kills. After 15 seconds are up, freeze the attributes at their current score, and the values of each current bonus offered by the attributes' respective tiers is multiplied by 4 for 25 seconds. So, okay, so you can activate these things. 3 things get marked. You murder those or just any enemies? It's uncanny clear because I would think this would be your kills and assists of marked targets will yield a 2 times attribute score multiplier. After 15 seconds are up, freeze the attributes at their current score. So yeah, if you generate enough, you want to trigger this, generate a bunch, get you into a higher tier, and then it gets locked for 25 seconds. And also it's multiplied by 4 for that. Okay. That's kind of interesting. This could be actually a good, like, you murder a few ads and then you focus the boss kind of thing. On activation, the player's firearm score is set to tier 5 for the duration of the ability. Allies within 10 meters are granted firearm score bonus when cast. Not when triggered, not when deployed, when cast. That's interesting. You know. I feel, you know, the agents and stuff use abilities or trigger abilities. They don't, you know, they don't do, you know, wizard shit of casting. Although basically, you know, we have fireball, right? That's basically the fire sticky is fireball. Lightning bolt is like throwing shock traps at someone. I cast foam. It's kind of funny. But yeah, just it's patch notes. Hopefully. Although it's weird to see that term be used here. The description modifier is being 2 paragraphs, man. I mean, that's usually how, like, you have to explain. This is actually still brief, right? Like each thing is like 2 sentences. This is actually not that bad. But also there is basically no math in here. It's simple shit. It's like one single multiplication. Whereas from the box and the end of this bug, does anyone know if that's correct? I haven't done an incursion in forever. You'd likely have more chance checking with like GC Rocks community Discord or like DFA, the community Discord players that like do the incursion still quite regularly. And definitely could be. Wouldn't be the first time that oddities are existing in incursion or in raids with chests and stuff. I guess Seeker Minds upon thee. Exactly. A foam upon your family. Yeah. Where were we? Security link. On activation, the player's stamina score is set to tier 5 for the duration of the ability. Allies within 10 meters are granted a stamina score bonus when cast. Again, cast. The players gain 60,000 extra max armor for every non-blue core equipped. Okay, attributes are frozen and bonuses are multiplied by 4 for the duration of the modifier. Duration increased by 3 seconds for each ally nearby at the time of activation. So wait, what's the max duration then? Is this in raid as well? Then, although, well, no, not raid. Countdown, but yeah, raid group. Wait, what's the duration? Did I miss that? For the duration of the ability, but what is the actual duration? We'll likely see it in the PTS. They might not even like when they were writing these up. All of it. On activation, the player's electronic scroll is set to tier 5 for the duration of the ability. Allies with intermediates are granted an electronic score bonus. Oh, these are all also just links. I didn't even realize like these three are links. This is just assault link, a security link, or well, this would be survivor link, right? This would be tactician or tactician link, and this would be the other one. You know, that famous other one. The player gains +10 skill efficiency. Okay. For every non-yellow core equipped. Huh, interesting. That really favors, you know, mementos and picaros, or picaros with ninja bike even, or stuff like that. That could be actually an interesting way. This could actually be an interesting way to kind of buff the ninja bike, I realize now. For every non-yellow core and stuff, because it'll get you a core extra that is, or well, 2 cores that are not, you know, for every non-yellow core. So, and then also ninja bike could get you, especially for like yellow, could get you the picaros +1 basically. And then that would be a blue core or red core, so then as well as like kind of feeding into this. That could be actually interesting, build wise. Yeah, all three of them, they don't state any duration for the duration of the ability, and then duration can be increased by 3 seconds for each ally. This is kind of, this should have been read and kind of passive modifiers. Let's actually see if we can already find this season's kinetic momentum or microwave coil. Kinetic momentum, critical momentum, or microwave coil, or I've already forgotten the name of the other one. What was it from last season? The long range one? By the teeth, right? Yeah, by the teeth. The bonus is low bonus plus rate. Everything okay there, Stipa? Get the reverse Monday off from the device again. Yeah, but it could be, for instance, that something seems off with the drop rates or something. I haven't heard anything specific, but also I'm not per se like in those circles. So, I feel if it totally didn't drop recently, that would have already like shown up a little bit more. Because it could also be things, it has happened in the past where, for instance, a lot of people became bugged for a few weeks and they couldn't open the chest at the end of Dark Hours, like all the way back in year 1. Could be something like that even. And then, you know, that also decreases the chances of Oreo, but not like directly. This is passive modifiers are directly tied to your current attribute tiers. As long as you meet the required tiers for a specific attribute, the corresponding bonus is active. If you drop below that tier, the bonus becomes inactive. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So 25 crit chance is added as plus crit damage. Well, man, 25%. Oh, okay. 25% of crit chance. That's 15 at max. So 15 crit damage at max. Although, well, we can go over the cap now. So it will be quarter of 80 then, which seemed to be the, or well, no, we could even go higher than that with the actives. But let's say 70. That was the easy one to get. 70 would be then plus 2.5, so 17.5. 17.5, but only when you're at max tier on. Signature weapon damage is boosted by 10% for each firearm tier. That could be actually very powerful of a thing. Because also a signature weapon damage, so specifically a separate multiplier for them. Additive to itself, likely. But still, you know, minigun, once this is at max tier or something. Gain 5% protection from elite per blue core while max tier in stamina. Okay. Per blue core, so at max 30%. That's not bad. That could get you a little bit more damage. But the thing is, you can't rely on this, right? Because it's a wall max tier. Hazard protection increased by 7.5% for each stamina tier. Oh, this could actually be cool as well for just general usage or in some places. While in max electronics tier, 50% of the current skill haste bonus is added as a skill damage bonus. Ah, okay. That's actually interesting. Because let's say you have like 70 or 80, you get 40% more skill damage. If you're going all haste, and then you still benefit from the haste as well. This could be interesting as well. Although, yeah, this one kind of skill stuff just never resonates well. Disrupt resistance is increased by 10% for each electronics tier. Yeah, disrupt doesn't have enough for that to matter. Unless it's for very specific places. While at least tier 3 in both firearms and stamina gain plus 5% headshot for every 200k armor you have. Oh, this could be... although it's not that much, because let's say we're running this on a tech tank, which has like... How much does a tech tank even have, actually? You would think I would know this from the top of my head, but I'm just gonna load it up there. How much, or actually, will this have it? So let's say 1.5. So we'll have 7 stacks of that, 35 headshots. It's not horrendous. It's a damage buff. All of these seem tame in comparison to some of the stuff we have currently. Especially the base as well. Well, the base does seem actually decently damaging. So there's kind of, this is working in the same way. The main thing is kind of the powerful thing. Then we have like actives to kind of interact with that and maybe get you higher, or use up a little bit for extra damage. And then the passives are just kind of cherries on top. Well, at least, yeah, so, well, at least tier 3 in both stamina and electronics increase outgoing and incoming repair by 50%. That's also, outgoing repair would be basically just only interacting with the survivalist thing. So this could be a ton of healing. I wonder if this, this'll... I mean, no, it wouldn't, right? Outgoing healing currently doesn't work for refactor. So, yeah, no, that's dumb. Because that seems like the place of, like, 3 stamina, 3 electronics, right? Well, at least tier 3 in both firearms and electronic increase skill duration by 25% of the current crit damage. I was hoping for skill efficiency here. If this was skill efficiency, turn hybrids and stuff. That's a big buff to them. Skill duration is also still not too horrendous. Like, it's still a buff to them, but... well, at tier 5 in all attributes, you receive plus 7.5 weapon damage, 85k max armor increase, and plus 1 skill tier. Okay. I still don't know how we go through the tiers, and if you, like, as a red build, can go up in the tiers of yellow, like for each tier in any attribute, gain plus 5% max health. Yeah. What's the standouts in here? I mean, just more crit, sure, why not? It's not much bad. Signature weapon ammo. This I could see myself using this, but as little as people use signature weapons and kind of just shit talk them. Yeah. Protection from elites for protection elite builds, hazard protection for hazard protection builds, or just in general, because that's not a bad deal. But yeah, none of the passives here, nothing is even as powerful as what we have this season as well. So the passives, again, a little weak, at least looks here. But then the actives seem... And then kind of depends, yeah, how this tiering works, because... Okay, so let's see what the hostile stuff is, and then maybe... Oh, no, okay, it ends there. I still don't feel I have an understanding how do we get the tiers, because it's based on our cores and actions against enemies. But like, are we at 5 tiers? Yeah, we'll likely see it tomorrow. And hey there, Canadian guy. And yeah, we're doing goods. As yeah, we're going through the patch notes for tomorrow's PTS. Let's see the passive related to healing or status effects. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything status effect wise, although just by itself, you know, this part again, the electronics, because that was cooldown related basically, and there was one of these was skill efficiency, right? Oh. What the hell? The thing updated there and decided to, yeah, don't use that plugin anymore even anyway. I should uninstall it at some point. I mean, in general, like a bunch of the, but for instance, yeah, the cooldown resetting and stuff, that's by itself already a decent deal. But also, there doesn't seem to be that much like red based, because we have just the crit chance, crit damage, crit chance going into crit damage, which also by itself is just not going to be a lot. 15 crit damage is, it's not nothing, but it isn't 20% rate of fire or 25% rate of fire. No movement speed as well. nothing in here seems movement speed related. So we're gonna miss zooming. Guess I'll run Lady Death for the first week just to wean myself off of the run speed. Just, you know, we'll run that for a week, and then we'll run Acosta's knee pad for a week after that, and then we'll do it at 10%, kind of just slowly, you know, instead of, you know, just stopping doing heroin, we'll just ease ourselves. Back to running slow. Yep. I mean, it'll feel like we're walking everywhere again. What do you think this is for? I haven't actually caught up to that point yet, Manly. I'm gonna get those. Yeah, there was some chatter there of it just needing to be the same weapon type and stuff. So yeah, I guess it was gonna be like Alpha Bridge style. I mean, kind of depends what it costs, because likely it's the obvious thing is you take the top two. You take killer plus measured. If you're maybe doing it, you know, on a something that can do sadist, you'll do sadist and killer and stuff like that. But also, kind of depends. Because for instance, what I already in Division 1 run is I'll take, like, I have a full damage bullfrog, and then I put predatory alongside of it. One of the things with that also, although, well, if it's working in the same way, and you can just swap out the other weapon, you can just swap talents, because you could have predatory in that other, or preservation in that other slot or stuff like that, and much more easily trigger it. So, and then, you know, when you don't need the damage, you put preservation there. When you do need more damage, you put something else there. You know, killer plus measured when you need damage, killer plus predatory when you don't need it. Hell, you could even, depends on if exotic talents kind of, or well, in Division 1, exotic talents, you can have an exotic and have a non-exotic weapon as a secondary, and that would carry across, not the other way around. You can put the exotic talent on a non-exotic weapon. But if like name talents work, having glory days or something as the secondary. Unwavering plus killer SMG. That sounds pretty good. But kind of as well, depends on what the cost of it is in other senses, right? But we'll get to that. Is it dropping tomorrow or after the DLC release? Define it. PTS is tomorrow, and then season and DLC seem to be planned for the same time. I don't see why they wouldn't be, basically. Gonna miss microwave status build. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot less CC and a lot less zooming. But also from the season before it, where we had like the by the teeth and just ultimately melting like countdowns were super easy that season, so that'll be the thing with each season. Well, we'll hopefully get cool things here, and we had it while we had it. Okay. Yeah, let me actually get to that point as well, because yeah, let's go to the hostile countermeasures. This season introduces hostile countermeasures, special enemy buffs represented by marks. Enemies can spawn with 1, 2, or all 3 unique marks, each providing different advantages to them, I hope. Marks are directly tied to the global modifier and the attributes score system. Enemy marks and effects. Firearm mark. The marked enemy gains plus 10% damage and plus 20 movement speed, so basically frenzy, although less... Oh, well, not the regen, actually. The marked enemy gains overheal. Okay, so ragers kind of critical damage is reduced by 50% on this enemy. So yeah, stellite plus ragers basically. Electronics mark. The marked enemy takes minus 33% damage from skills and minus 33% damage to weak points while their gadgets are deployed. They take they're the break line or the dot is there. Okay. So that's end of sentence, and then while their gadgets are deployed, they take minus 33% damage as well. So this minus 33% when their gadgets are deployed, that's just in general then, and then minus 33% from skills. Doesn't matter. They just, you just have to deal with them. They have 33% more health, basically, and armor. Enemies cannot receive the same mark more than once, but they can carry multiple different marks at the same time. Wait, they receive them as well? No, they can spawn with 1 or 2, okay. But also, or well, that's maybe at spawn. Rewards for engaging marked enemies. Killing a marked enemy grants score points in each attribute corresponding to their marks. Ah, okay, so that's how we get the tiers in, even like in stuffs. Okay. But then how long do those tiers stay? Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. Assisting dealing any damage grants score points per relevant attribute when the enemy dies. Any damage grants score points per relevant attribute. Okay, so just assisting will work as well. Okay. Skill kill counts as assists, not kills. Okay. Skill-based assists do not grant any skill-based assists. Oh, so if the skill just hits it, and this will suck for eclipses and stuff. Because they don't get much kills, but they're assisting. Or well, you get some reasonable amount of kills. Gear, weapon, and talents. But let's actually so discuss this thing first. I'm still kind of unsure how this whole system works. How are we going through these tiers? Because we get score from our where was it? Goes based on your gear cores and increase even further upon defeating enemies marked with hostile countermeasures. It kind of depends on how this based on your gear cores. Like, what is the initial point that we start at? That needs to be a given here. We'll see it tomorrow in action. I feel this is one of those things. Once we see it in action for a second, it'll fall into place, because this just seems like it needs a bunch of visual. This needs the visual system there. That's also why this would work better in video form. Debuffs with 3 marks. I mean, currently already the enemy, like the skill damage part of that doesn't matter. He's not going to deploy anything either, so he doesn't. It's basically even easier than Frenzy, because he'll do more damage, but you're not letting him do damage. There is no regen there, per se. So actually, the DOA boss currently with Frenzy, I think, is going to be much more of a thing to deal with than this. Also, so this is interesting as well. So that critical hit damage is reduced by 50% on the enemy. That, could lead people to, headshot builds for some of these and such. Especially if there's no Black Tusk in Brooklyn. Because, the other factions all have heads. But yeah, there needs to be a downside for the upsides that we get. And honestly, this doesn't look... I'm not hating this. Because this is kind of like the firearms mark is like kind of parts of Frenzy, but even less. Because this isn't 30% rate of fire. This is just 10% damage. 20% movement speed, which I already kind of had. This overheal, if next season has Ragers already, I'm kind of curious if that will... Or actually how that will interact even like with Ragers in Summit. The critical hit damage reduction, this is kind of... Well, even maybe... Although it wouldn't. We might try to mitigate it in some ways, but especially if the crit, for instance, is less valuable, this is kind of an indirect nerf to killer and such, for instance, because they're crit based. So going measured against these enemies, for instance, would be a better choice. All of those things are actually kind of interesting and kind of, you know, just shift it around a little bit. While their gadgets are cast, yeah. You should have stuck to the casting. Yeah, they got a casting director, right? So they're trying to... They got a casting director for Division 3, so... That's what he does, right? It's just a guy sitting there casting skills. Casting the actives. And it is gonna be... And indeed. Oh, hi, Mark. Barricaded with doors with stamina and electronics mark. The electronic marks, like, doesn't get in the way unless you're droning or something, right? Like that seems minimal of a thing anyway. But the overheal kind of also depends if it's just Rager overheal. Like that's not too bad, honestly. But there's no regen on it as well. Like that's like Frenzy this season, I feel is much more of a dangerous thing than this. Because if nothing else, you can just burn through them in the end anyway. It's just reductions. There's no regen. Yeah. Did we read everything? Yeah, we read everything. But yeah, I'm still kind of unsure on how do we gain the tiering and stuff, but we'll see. We gain score from the kills, but how much should we get for it? Gear, weapons, and talents. New exotic weapon. Yeah, they're really leaning into Division 1, aren't they? Pakan. Exotic RPK 74. That is exactly already what the Pakan is, because the Pakan in Division 1 is exactly that. Is it the same talent as well? Each kill with this weapon grants a stack of 50% magazine size to the next magazine up to 4 stacks. Is this exactly the same talent or is this similar? I remember definitely it is this. It is like kills make the next magazine bigger. That's what Pakan already is. But the thing is though, in Division 1... The thing is, in Division 1, that talent would be alongside of 2 other talents. Where's the talent? Oh, here. Each kills makes the next reload have 20% extra bullets compared to its base. Oh, and this also stacks up to 4 times. Okay. Oh, this actually doesn't have a stacking limit, so it's not. Makes the next reload have 20% extra bullets. Okay, so here it's 50%. Oh no, it's magazine size. I wonder. Oh yeah, it does. So we'll see actually how this will work, because sometimes this base magazine size, or this magazine size goes from the base. This is a 40 plus 20 for this. So kind of depends on if we get, you know, because if it's 50% of just the base, that's 40. If it's of the base plus this 20 round, it's 30 per kill. But 30 per kill on the next mag up to, so 120. especially when you're like kind of clearing out some ads and stuff. This could be okay, although this isn't. 5 crit chance, 10 crit chance in total, and then 5 weapon damage as a mod. This doesn't have enough to compete in a damage sense, but it's at least still interesting. This could be actually useful in some ways. The thing is though, what does this do in comparison to, let's say, an MG5? Depends on the base and stuff as well, but you know, an MG5 can have these two same crit chance mods. It has already like competitive base to this. It'll have 100 rounds by itself, and then you just reload it, because also the reload on this is going to be the same as RPK. And then you can put killer or measured on it, or steady-handed. So I'm kind of somewhat not feeling this one. And hey there, Randy, and I'm doing good. Hope you're doing well as well, and everybody else too on this fine Thursday where we get patch notes. And yeah, we have some PTS coming up, so I'm happy. And for once as well, I was saying earlier as well, this is I think the first PTS in like 4 or 5 of these that on the first day I get to play, because it's been basically a tradition that whenever it's been the PTS has been starting, it almost always starts on a Friday. I quite often work on the Fridays, so it's been just the same. It's been just I've always missed them. For once, I get to jump in right away tomorrow. Likely tomorrow as well. I'll do an afternoon and an evening. So, did I miss something here? Make the one great again. I don't feel we should put tariffs on the one. That's what that means, right? It's kind of useless since we already have Bullet King. Also, yeah, we have Bullet King. Although, well, Bullet King, this will outdamage the Bullet King outright. I'll actually wait. Will it? Am I near a stash? I'm near a stash. Is there a Bullet King in here? No, why would there be, right? What's the mods on the Bullet King nowadays? Is it 15 crit chance, 15 crit damage? No, right? It's 15 crit chance only. So this would be that in a straight up like burst sense. But then Bullet King as well has ammo recouping and stuff. So yeah, this needs more. This also, for instance, this needs that 50%, and then maybe each one adds 5 weapon damage or something as well. It needs something to kind of bring it above just utility talent. And as well, the RPK itself can have 15 crit chance. That'll be close to equivalent to this 10 crit chance plus 5 weapon damage, but still. Too soon, I get too soon. Is it too soon? Wait, do you mean it's too soon for tariffs, or? Yeah, no. Or do you mean too soon for impeachment? Yeah, no. New exotic gear, yeah. So, nimble holster. Okay, yeah. So nimble in Division 1 as well. Names of things. Nimble was one of the ones, and then like a bunch of them. And was it that nimble implied a certain talent, right? Like whatever the name here was implied the thing there. Exotic holster. Receive 5% repairs for every minute run in cover to cover. Damage taken while doing a cover to cover is healed over 10 seconds. Wait, what? Oh, 5% repairs. I read that as repair skills. Okay, no. So for every 1 minute. A minute of cover to covering is like going. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, 1 meter. Yeah, sure. I instantly went for time. But yeah, actually, good thing I was paying attention to the chat as somebody goes 1 meter. Okay, now so yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. But also then, wait, that's the reason I didn't think of it that way, because 1 meter is then also because 20 meters. 20 meters is a full heal, right? Damage taken while doing the work is healed over 10 seconds. So you also, also have that in top. Although, yeah, you can't just cover to cover and hope you don't get hit when you're on health gate. Like, sure. But, first of all, I'm curious what the PvP stats of this is. Any heal we can do without having to use a med pack? Because this, like, if this is even like 1% in PvP, I don't care. I'm just gonna, after a fight, I'm just gonna cover to cover like all the way across the roof and all the way back. Oh shit. I clicked somewhere else there. So I'm curious, first of all, what the PvP stats of this will be. Because at the end of the day as well, this is just one of the things we have in Division and one of the things why healing talents kind of don't matter that much, especially, why clutch and stuff isn't as impactful as you would even think, is we have med packs. We have 4 med packs. We pick up more. Worst case, we can even go back, in most content, we can go back to a safe house, get even more. The difference of, games where you have to wait for like a shield timer to kind of kick back in or something, Destiny or something, or Halo or whatever, for a regen to kick in. Here we have med packs. Like, in this time that it would take for us to do a 20-meter run in cover to cover for full heal, we could also pop a med pack. And that's going to be easier and doesn't eat your exotic slot. But I can still see this, for instance, depending on what it is and such. It's too bad that we can't have this and Ninja Bike. Because if we could have this and Ninja Bike, because one of the things I feel, if they're doing Division 1 brung back stuff, they should do the combined exotics, right? The double exotics, the twin exotics. Because this would work really well with, actually when I'm selecting it, I realize now that you guys can't read it at all. This would be interesting with Ninja, although that will cost you even more. Also depends what stats this has. If this is full red, I could see some, although, well, no, crit chance, crit damage, and a blue core. That would be the preferred bonuses for, or stats for this. But that's always the thing here as well. We don't ever know what the core and the 2 attributes are, so. That's like cover system. I mean, it is a cover-based shooter, even though they called it a tactical shooter at some point. The thing is, cover to cover as a mechanic is quite interesting, and you can make it like flow and stuff. So I can see them, they're pushing towards it a little bit. Reduces enemy accuracy against you anyway. Yeah. Well, basically, when you're in cover to covering, it's basically you can you can sometimes do this as well. Just through some enemies, you'll take some hits, but a lot less so than just running through them at that same speed or something. It's already a reduction to incoming damage anyway. Firstly, legacy mana. Would have would be the hardest part. Yeah, sometimes, with some of them. I'm trying to actually remember then, like, at what point you're at that is the case with environmental hazards. Although, some of those Manhunt missions are some of the cooler missions here. So this thing, it kind of depends on the stats as well. Not knowing the stats here. If this is blue core, crit chance, crit damage, I could, like, even if this was 1% in PvP, although likely it'll be just disabled in PvP. This will just be a dead item in PvP, kind of like Turmoil. Just for the region, that's not like a bad deal. Although, well, it'll cost you Ninja Bag, it'll cost you bunch of other stuff. You can't trigger Umbra stacks while you're doing cover to cover. That's only when you're in cover. I'm kind of feeling this thing as in the same tier as, let's say, like it's a tier below Exodus. It's kind of in the same tier as like rugged, I feel. Not bloody, but rugged. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, exotic mask talent abridged. That is the talent of Alpha Bridge. So, Tinkerer exotic mask. If your primary and secondary are not exotic or named and of the same type, the secondary weapon's talent will also be applied to the primary weapon. Depends on stats. If this thing isn't full red, this is dead. Like, you wouldn't give up even giving up one stat for this, because also keep in mind you could have Coyote. You could have at the very least 25 crit damage, right? Although, well, there is a reduction against crit damage with this season modifier, maybe. So, they know what they're doing. This needs to be full red. This needs to be weapon damage, crit chance, crit damage. Blue core crit chance, crit damage could work as well. That'll also help it against it becoming an. Because also if it's crit chance, crit damage, that's a painful thing to do to a hotshot, for instance. And then also because you don't want to. This could be a buff to determined. You don't want that. I think I wouldn't want that. So I'm hoping crit chance, crit damage, because if it is that, although you take the backpack, have the double shot, you could have Ranger plus determined on the marksman rifle. You would have this mask then, chain killer, other 4 pieces hotshot. You'd gain the bonus of, missing a shot, keeping the buff of hotshots. Is that worth it? Even if it was that headshot? Nah, not really even. But this, as we're kind of talking, preservation plus killer. Measured plus... Actually, measured plus killer would be enough for this to be worth it if it is full red. Like, straight up. The downside of it is as well on strikers, you would give up ACS, but that's not too big of a price on. That would not be too big of a price on an obliterate. But you couldn't per se like chest striker, not really. But chest strike or obliterate striker, this mask, if this is full red, and then you gain basically measured, in as the trade-in for Coyote, that would be pretty strong. Brazen and pummel for Shetkins. That could be exceptional. What's other pairings here? Unwavering with anything. Unwavering killer, unwavering measured for SMGs. What's the other one? The handling one? This SMG one. The not the apartment, the other safety distance. Out. Right. How am I this forgetful about some of these talents? Out something outsider, right? Because generally you don't take outsider, because it's Because yeah, that's after killing an enemy, gain 100% optimal range and 100% accuracy. You wouldn't generally take that because unwavering already does a little bit of that. But you could have the double of that. That could be cool. Yeah, it really depends though on if it's full red. Because if it isn't, if this is like health plus hazard protection and a blue core, you know, worst case, basically, it's just not going to be worth it. But if it is full red, weapon damage, crit chance, crit damage on a striker, yeah, unwavering plus killer, SMG, preservation plus killer ARs, or preservation or killer plus measured ARs. But yeah, that would be more than enough to make up for the loss of Coyote, for instance. So, and then that could be actually the way to go when there's already enough Coyotes, like especially on top. Let me catch up on everything here. Do you think the future is for running watch meals? I have a feeling they're trying to get rid of that. I get the feeling that it is gonna likely disappear. Some people that had been, or well, specifically, although I haven't seen it myself, so also, you know, this is 2 steps removed. Keep that in mind. So there might be some, you know, Chinese telephone happening here. But some people were talking about Rogue Gold having, who I believe was, you know, he was one of the people that went to Malmo, right? He was talking about that watch alts are getting removed, basically, with the thing. So still, it's still I don't know, but because yeah, we'll see it when we see it. Part of me would be sad if they go away, because yeah, for instance, I'm doing one now, and well, not now, but you know, in general, we're gonna go back to it in a second, and run a watch alt fully. I sometimes enjoy it as something else to do, but also I wouldn't be sad for it to go. I feel the game, if I kind of think of it of like, would the game be better with or without watch alts? I think it would be better without. If there is a rebalance of the economy, of course, on top, because the current economy kind of requires watch alts. Like, to get to expertise, max expertise it's not doable. I've done it on main account. I've done it, but also it was a very long journey. And I can totally see, basically, unless you have, you know, the amount of playtime that some of us silly billies have, unless you have that amount of playtime with Division on a weekly basis, you're just not going to get to the max. But also the thing is as well, you don't need to reach the max at 15, 16, 17 that you can reach easily. That's already, you have the biggest part of the bonus already there, right? Like if you reach 15, 16, and you put that on a weapon, that's already a big upgrade. And that's like much easier to reach than the 25, 26, 27, 28. Next season, 29. Get rid of meals, and so we can start with boost to 40. Yeah. Although there is still like ways, because kind of, yeah, as we can, although I've said this already, but there could be something that kind of locks it maybe in, or like when you do, or when you start Brooklyn, maybe, you know, in the past we used to be locked into Woni. So you had to do Woni to complete it. If it's still locking you, for instance, into like 2-3 hour run through Brooklyn, and then you get to come, you know, back and account your resources, that kind of stuff could still work, but I don't think they're going to go that route. I think because I don't think they're going to lock you to Brooklyn. That would be just a little silly, especially with how like nowadays the scout works, and you know, the weeklies and stuff, they're all kind of tied to DC, so they don't want to lock you out of that. But yeah, we'll have to see. But I can totally like play devil's advocate and or just, you know, fuck it and free level 40s for everyone, which would destroy kind of the economy. But I shouldn't change the economy. Yeah. Determine them behind you. Yeah. Although I don't think sniper. Well, I'm hoping that it doesn't have headshot, basically. Because I'm honestly, I don't think Determine needs anything on top. Basically, right? Like this wouldn't. This like Hell, double determined. Determined and perfect determined. Wait, no, you can do perfect with his name. I was like, how would that work? It wouldn't, because it's a name. Let's press pressure point, wicked, backpack, and OD build. Oh yeah, actually, so for OD, sadist, sadist plus pressure point. Sounds pretty tasty. We're running a bench between now and then. Yeah. Although, they might be reworking the economy all the way, so I'm also not gonna over-invest time into it. But for instance, here I just also needed the watch out for the I'm dry. Shoot over the MB100 with the bloody gas. Oh, in that way, yeah. Yeah, I don't see those per se as hazards, although, they are environmental hazard. I was just more thinking of shock and stuff, but like that in Div 1. A lot of the stuff that is coming with this season. So, for instance, especially, the modifier, firearms, electronic stamina. Any person that has played Division 1 will know those were the main stats. Because your players gain 3 attribute scores: firearms, stamina, electronics. Some of these names as well. We have links: security link, tech link, assault link. Although, they didn't go specifically was it tactician link and survivor link and stuff. But same for some of the exotics. For instance, Pakan. That's a Division 1 exotic. Nimble holster would be a Division 1 high-end, basically. Tinkerer seems like a new name, but Abridged is the Alpha Bridge talent. And this is exactly the Alpha Bridge talent, basically. Or, well, part of it, because there's more to Alpha Bridge than just this. But part of it is sharing of the talents, basically. This could be interesting. This one could actually be top tier if it is red core, crit chance, crit damage. And honestly, even beyond Coyote levels, measured and killer. Hell, even measured plus ranger for places you can't trigger killer. Or well, depending on what you're running, measured plus plus ranger or strained or such. But I could totally see, especially preservation plus some things, taking a utility talent. Hell, even things like stabilize, because generally you just wouldn't take stabilize, but I might take a stabilize plus killer just for comfort, because you don't give up. You give up some damage, basically. You give up the Coyote. You give up a brand bonus, basically. Brand bonus or exotic talent. And you get stabilized, basically, as that talent, right? That's not a bad deal. Or steady-handed. Especially, for instance, LMGs as well. Steady-handed plus killer. Steady-handed plus measured. Where was I here? I've held it's annoying that they never put the item stats in here, because that's very important. That's like super important. At least nowadays for the weapons, they put the mods, because they used to also not put that. And then even back in the day, also, you couldn't, you weren't guaranteed, or you couldn't reroll to damage to targets out of cover. So at least they've learned that. They still need to, on the gear, they need to give us the stats on the gear. Or maybe these are somewhat rerollable in the way of the Acosta, because that's still the only one, the Acosta knee pads. Like killer preservation, that could be, for instance, neither pressure point for skill build. Yeah. Thing is, though, the second you're going skill build, unless this has skill stats, there's just better choices, basically. very quickly. Because like if it's an eclipse, a vowel is just too useful. Sledge for brazen, also an option. Although yeah, sledge you can still swap to, like sledge wouldn't need to be on the same. But yeah, brazen plus pommel seems a choice. A way to go. NSYNC plus Backstreet Boys, yeah. NSYNC plus Future Perfect. Actually, yeah, and NSYNC plus Future Perfect. Or actually, yeah, just having Future Perfect plus Future Perfect plus a damage challenge flatline or something. Even, yeah. Especially if as the cores go up, that feeds into this. That could be an interesting thing because is there anything else that really gives us cores? Because yeah, Future Perfect will give us yellow cores. Does that mean our yellow tiers go up when we get Future Perfect trigger? We'll have to do some testing, but yeah, at least this mask is one of those, like, you know, we can theory craft with this quite a bit. That's actually I'm really looking forward to this mask, but yeah, it needs to be full red. It needs to be weapon damage, crit chance, crit damage. At the very least, crit chance, crit damage. If it's a blue core, we can work with that. Even a yellow core, we could work with that, but it needs to have basically a crit chance, crit damage. Otherwise, if you're giving up 2 minor attributes, it's gonna cost too much. Unless those minor attributes are in some way useful. Because even like, for instance, hazard protection, crit damage, I could see, although, well, no, we can't take the backfire. I was going to say for the backfire, but that wouldn't, we can't. That's not a usage here. Yeah, let's actually keep going, as I was kind of stuck on that one. And yeah, new gear, imminence. Actually, let me read it here because it's tiny where I'm looking there. Imminence, armaments, imminence, right? Yeah, imminence. Yeah, armaments brand set. That's gonna suck for whenever I do the video about my thoughts on the PTS. That's gonna be like imminence. Also, it's IA, so and KIA. Let's talk about IA. 5% weapon damage plus 100% increased threat. What? 3 pieces equipped gives plus 60 pistol damage. 60. Is that enough to... Although... No, right? No. Not by a long shot. Ninja Bike, Hunter's Fury, 4 pieces, Chain Killer. Or, well, not Chain Killer, but... This brand with Headhunter. That's behind those still, right? Versus the Memento 30 plus the 20. 30 plus 20. This has 5 more as well, so. Although, yeah, you would give up the other benefits of it, and you would have to deal with this threat and everybody pointing at you. But yeah, that could actually work with this. Because yeah, 60 pistol damage is a lot of pistol damage. Really the only way... Although, well, oh, you can't... no, you could, right? Yeah, so you would have mask plus chest or something. 2-piece of this, and then 3-piece Hunter's Fury. Ninja Wagon this. This would be ahead of the Memento plus Douglas and Harding, even at max stacks of Memento. But then you get the other things of the Memento, right? You get the regen and the stuff like that. So, but that's actually interesting. What exotics is locked behind? Oh yeah, actually, so one of these will be locked behind the I hope it's the holster, but it's not going to be, right? It's going to be usually the more interest, or like the second piece that they have in this list is usually the one hidden behind the master difficulty, which kind of sucks. Although, yeah, we're going to get the holster, aren't we, right away? That's going to be the season track 1, and it'll give us something to look forward to. We'll have a bunch of stuff to play with anyway when the new season hits. That's actually not, that's not too bad, actually. We will have to wait till we really can play with, we can tinker with the Tinkerer. But yeah, actually, good point. Because I totally forgotten that, yeah, one of those two is going to be tied to the master. Decreased threat? No, I'm going to guess increased threat. Bulwark and stuff. A tanking setup, basically. But also, so kind of depends what that means in actual effect, because we don't have a threat meter out. What does doubling? If you double the threat of a Foundry Bulwark with a Bulwark shield, and they have 2 pieces of this, and most of the rest of it is blue, can they take away damage, or can they take aggro away from a red build? Is 100% increased threat enough for that? We'll have to see. It really relies on that, because without knowing that, I really don't know. But at least, hey, increased threat. So hopefully they put this on the shield and stuff as well. Just put this on the shield. Like just put increased threat on the shield as well, if you have it working as a system. Also, yellow or blue core, which is weird. Why they don't specify that? Yeah, we'll have to see what it becomes. I'm hoping, especially the mask is just full red. Indeed, Imminence Armaments, 5 times in a row. Yeah. She sells seashells by the Imminence Armaments. She sells Imminence Armaments by the seashore. Yeah. Let's go work with Aegis. That as well, actually. Aegis would be actually a better overall pick for it, because that's targeting based. We'll have to kind of see actually what this actually means. Like 100% plus 100% increased threat, is that enough to pull aggro from a full-blown striker that's really going head-to-head against an elite enemy? Can a bulwark, can somebody with barely any damage still pull that in? The set bonus and the name needs are confusing. Wait, which named needs? Oh, named needs. Oh, actually, I haven't named needs, yeah. I read exotic there. Sorry, my brain's kind of gone. So yeah. Transfer build running SMG with killer and close and personal. Close and personal isn't that worthwhile. Like killer and measured will get you already much better results than close and personal. So such a system that we cannot measure influence well. No, well, we don't know the underlying systems. Like it is there. You can definitely, for instance, and especially proximity is part of the threat system, and for instance, even a PFE setup that is closer to an enemy and doing about half the damage of a full red striker can actually pull away from the aggro from a striker. Same we see actually. So I'm wondering if this is the exact same values as a decoy, because there, for instance, 100%. What's a tier 4, tier 5? Decoy. Oh, this character doesn't have it, of course, because we're doing a watch out run technically still. I'm on a level 31 character, so he doesn't have decoy. But yeah, basically we have to see what that actually means. And thanks for the pain there, Essie. And hey there, Essie. I threat work in the one. It was in both divisions. It works kind of in the same way. It's basically and you can see it as I mean, all MMO style games do it in the same way. There's basically the enemy has a threat value per target that it can have, all the players basically. It's a bar that fills up on their end as much as you do damage, and then in Division as well. Proximity has a big effect on it. The thing is, especially, we don't have many things that interact with it. So, for instance, we have Mosquito, where you can shoot an enemy, but you don't have basically, in every other kind of MMO style game, you would have taunt, right? Like the tank player would have a taunt. They would stand in front of enemies, they taunt. All of the enemies gain like massive amounts of threat against them. And then also things like DPSs and stuff, you might have like evade or fade or stuff like that, or smoke bomb, stuff like that, where they lose threat. That's how all of these work under the systems, basically. And Divisions 1 is kind of like that as well. And yeah, proximity is kind of really important with it. In Div 1, then, we did have shields, for instance, had a threat as well. The Bulwark Shield had threat to it, so you could actually, would increase your threat amount. Same that on weapons. Weapon mods, if you had a suppressor, it would reduce threat. If you had a loud vent, basically all of the most of the non-suppressors, they would have increased threat. So if, for instance, somebody running D3, the tanking set in Division 1, if they were running loud vents with a bulwark and they were firing an SMG continuously and doing their damage, they could pull aggro away from even a full-blooded like assault build that is like unloading on a named or something. So remove threat temporarily or just be considered out of combat. They basically make you invisible, which is just take you out of combat. You do not lose threat, I believe, actually. So once when it's like kind of re-engages, I believe it actually you have the same aggro amount. Because I've noticed a few times, especially doing a lot of damage to like hunters, in Countdown or something, you damage the hunter a lot, they shoot back, it triggers Exodus, it now targets somebody else, but especially if I'm kind of like at the same range as a different, as ally or something, and that out of combat fades, basically, I've noticed they'll go back to, like, I did a lot of damage beforehand, so they'll go back to me. But don't take that also as like fully tested or anything, but it does. I would guess it worked that way. Yeah, let's go. Let's keep going. Captain. Named backpack Captain. Perfect leadership. Performing cover to cover grants 20% of your armor as bonus to you and allies for 10 seconds. This is tripled if you end within 10 meters of an enemy. Cooldown 20 seconds. Is this 10% more than normal leadership? Is this what we're getting here? Backpack talents. Leadership 15%. Okay, so 15 to 20%. Leadership already sometimes gets ran on Foundry and stuff, sometimes in raids and such, because you can just cover to cover, give the whole team a thing. Especially there are places where Protector just doesn't work or Adrenaline Rush isn't useful. So this piece will see use, especially if this increased threat is already a thing for the tanks and stuff. Although the way that it works in the raids, there is like the threat mechanics there are very much set. So for instance, Boomer is very proximity based, same for Pfizer and such. So if the tank is kind of already in their face, they're already taking the aggro anyway. So the increased threat is not that useful, neither is the weapon damage bonus. So we'll have to see actually how that goes, because two-piece Gila is also useful. Piece of Bellstone plus an Emperor's Guard is also useful. Cloak. Talent perfect attribute. Oh, 50% reduced threat. Okay. In the knee pad slot. This could be interesting. This could actually, in some places, maybe be useful even. The thing is, though, would you run this? Not unless you're coordinating, right? Because unless somebody is running the plus threat and you want to help them out by just, reducing the threat so that they can get aggro easier. But who's going to do this in, like, random matchmaking and stuff? Although, well, maybe in coordinated teams. Depends as well. So here with the gear as well, we don't know what the core is. That really matters, kind of. It's going to be blue core, right? Like with these stats, it's going to be blue core, making it, for instance, hard to farm. So we might have a new super unicorn because, yeah, I think there is some value here. Ninja bike, 2 pieces of this, and 2 pieces of this. One of them being the chest with headshot, weapon handling, headhunter for regular builds. Because this and this together is more than DNH plus Memento. The increased threat kind of sucks. You lose the regen and stuff from Memento, so that's actually not that great, but yeah, you gain a little bit more damage on top. So if you're going kind of damage route anyway. But that will be a super unicorn, because that will be headshot, weapon handling, headhunter, so you can record to blue if this is blue core. And I'm gonna guess this is blue core. There's no reason for it not to be. Yeah, let's also go to measured assembly. So we can run it with our measured as well. Yeah, 2 pieces give a plus 15 skill haste, 3 pieces give plus 60 skill or repair skills. Does that not beat basically any other repair skill? Like, was it 60 is a lot, actually. 4 pieces allow equipped unlock a new unique talent huddle. Receive +1 skill tier for each ally agent that is within range of your hive, while at skill tier 6 having at least 1 ally agent in the range of your hive or of smart cover. I'm gonna guess that's or. Hive or smart cover for 4 seconds will grant overcharge for 15 seconds. Wait, so the other one is just for hive. The second one is for hive and smart cover. We'll grant overcharge for 15 seconds, cooldown 40 seconds. Okay. Mortars and enemy skills that enter the range of your hive or smart cover will be destroyed / diffused. Cooldown 30 seconds. The cooldown is 15. Why is it written like that? 15% faster for each ally agent within the range of your hive. But I'm gonna guess they meant, I wonder what that double star is supposed to do, like bolden it maybe or something, but it's not doing it, or maybe it needed to be 3 or something. Yeah, was the chest talent decrease the overcharge cooldown from 40 to 25? Oh, that has its own cooldown. Okay, so that's separate cooldown. That's the overcharge. Oh, and that's the other one is the destroy diffuse. This is actually interesting. This mortar enemy skill that enter the range of your hive and smart cover will also smart cover will be destroyed / diffused. I wonder if this thing works in PvP. First of all, secondly, this situationally could actually lead to interesting things. Skills being, what does this do against laid lovebirds turrets, right? Like a very annoying thing to deal with. What does this do against them and such? This could actually be quite interesting. The thing is though, so first of all, against the FI has a buff. FI has a pretty big buff. Well, actually, so here's the thing. We're getting the new skill, right? We're getting the smart cover. That smart cover currently at skill tier 6, at least I've seen it from several sources now, 45 detox. I have no idea why they're putting that big of a damage buff on a skill. Like they should have learned from the booster hive in the past with movement speed and stuff. Giving unique things like that is like a very quick way of getting something overpowered. So this is basically set up for hive plus smart cover. Maybe you take the chest then, because we would want BTSU. If you're going hive, you might as well take the BTSU on top. You would take the backpack and then just have this every 15 seconds. And then you have a buffing chest, Overwatch or empathic. You overcharge quite often. You defuse mortars and enemy skills. This is also grenades, because it specifically says mortars and enemy skills. This was grenades as well. That could actually be interesting. Also, mortars does what counts all as mortars? Is it just fired from a mortar, or is it also, for instance, the stuff in Invaded Zoo? Because also, if this is like a counter to Invaded Zoo for just like casual play, that by itself could give it a space. But this is actually interesting. So yeah, this kind of set up for Hive plus Smart Cover. You don't need to be at full skill tiers, because yeah, if you, for each ally agent that is within the range of your Hive, you're gonna just be in your own Hive anyway, so you need 1 tier less. You don't need, you could take Technician, also 1 tier less. And then yeah, in a group setting, maybe somebody else is nice to you, and you can even take 1 less there. Because also, so this is from within the range of your Hive, but this other one is while at skill tier 6. So yeah, if you have several people in your Hive, you can actually just fire your Smart Cover at someplace else where somebody else is, in cover, and then that will, after 4 seconds, trigger this overcharge. Yeah, this is gonna be actually interesting. Like, this is not too bad. This could be an alternate way to heal and kind of be a buffer as well, because yeah, Smart Cover being a buffing skill. Because the thing is though, yeah, FI can also run it. That's the thing, right? Because they can run a Hive and the Smart Cover now. Because if the Smart Cover stays as is, it's the default skill for so many places. So legendary drone operators, war dogs. Yeah, I'm also kind of, so for instance, depends also if proxies, because it says enemy skills. There's a difference between deployed proxies deployed proxies, world proxies, and then skills generally. If this also, yeah, deletes drones, although the thing is, it's a 15-second cooldown, right? So there is still a pretty long cooldown to it. But yeah, there's also actually coming from a Division 1 thing, Final Measure. Final Measure eats grenades when they come in, basically. So this is going to be around that. 45 D-Dog, yeah, that was my reaction to it too. It seems a little silly at 6 skill tier. But yeah, no values are final. They've definitely altered, because also, yeah, this next one, I saw this one already. So yeah, Lud, SOCOM Mark 16, Purist, and SMG9A2, both of them with perfect streamline. Receive plus 87% weapon damage when no skills are on cooldown. Yeah. So wait, actually, how much is this? How much is 87 weapon damage? So if we are at 130, we have a 230. Oh, I'll just put it like that. 230 multiplier at 2.3 technically, but the dot doesn't matter. So if we divide, or if we add 2 to 30, right? 87, that's 84. 230 plus 87. So that would be a 3.17 multiplier versus the old number, which would be a 230. That's a 37% increase still. Did I do that right? Yeah, I did that right. Yeah. Wait, that seems high. Well, no, it's 87%. Yeah, no. So it would be halved at 100 and then, yeah, 130. So, yeah. Although, you know what? Let's do 230 plus 28. Or well, plus 29. 230 plus 29 plus 87 is 346. Let me actually just do this for a second. 346. So 346, and then we need, because I already forgot, so 230 plus 20 plus 29. Actually, I should have done. Yeah. They did 29 or did I do 20? 346. Okay, I did 20. 230 plus oh well, that's just so 346 divided by 259. So still a 33% at 29. 29%. Killer is 20, basically. Sadist is 30. The condition of this is also not hard to meet. Just you take 2 skills that just don't go on cooldown. You know, you just don't take a hive. This is a big enough bonus that you'll just take that. This seems way too big. I have no idea why they're going with such a big number. Also, the weird thing here is as well, perfect streamline weapon talent, receive 87% weapon damage with no skills or cooldown. Why are we going perfect streamline here again? Why weren't you showing... Yeah, we already know talent perfect streamline, although this is likely they meant to also have the normal streamline here. I'm curious what the normal version is. This being on a converted SMG 9A2. This is the less preferred version, but that'll likely be the top SMG pick for it. If it being on a SOCOM. Kind of depends on how much the normal version is. Because the normal version is still like 70. That's still way too good. Like Killer is on kill 70 crit damage. Crit damage per point is worth a lot less than weapon damage. Yeah. Quality of life changes. Progression objectives. Seasonal journey objectives can now be progressed when playing in co-op. Does this mean they're shared? Because we can already... They will be progressed while playing in co-op. Is it? I'm guessing this means they're group-wide shared, right? Yay. I'm not against that, especially. That will make some things much easier to get through, depending on what they are. Known issues. Captain, name, backpack, talent, name, and description have not been updated to the perfect version. The perfect functionality does work. Okay. Cloak, Neva missing perfect attribute. Oh, okay. So we can't even see this in play. The secondary weapon talent's AR UI overwrites the primary weapons UI when using... Oh, okay, so the bridge talent is kind of wonky. Streamline and perpetuation talents do not work with a bridge talent. Okay. Streamline? That doesn't even ring a bell. What is streamline? Am I crazy? What is streamline? Oh, when the devs watch it. Well, that's easy because the devs will never... Oh, that's a new talent. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, this is perfect streamline. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sorry. My brain is a little bit gone. As yeah, I had a long day. But yeah, thanks for pointing it. For a second there, I was trying to... That makes sense. Yeah, the new talent isn't working with it. That's it. This talent as well. This would be... It would then be this and Killer. It would be the go-to. Well, it depends on what the normal version is. Although this SMG version on the SMG 9A2 is pretty good. This being on a SOCOM Mark 16. Yeah, the SOCOM Mark 16 is pretty low on the desirability list. But if the perfect kind of makes up for it, we could see some use. Modifiers. Assault link, security link, attack link. Active modifiers do not gain the extra duration per nearby ally. Okay, the hardcore global modifier. Electronics cooldown reduction does not trigger for skills that use charges and traps. Actually, yeah, that was a question that I had there. Will that cooldown kind of triggering thing? How does that work with charges? The Imminence Armament brand set items and talents are using placeholder icons. Okay, the Measured Assembly gear set items and talents are using placeholder icons. The Bob and Weave talent is using placeholder icon. The Bridge talent is using a placeholder icon, and the Art and the Streamline and Perfect Streamline talents are using placeholder icons. All of those will be not what we see there. And yeah, the Tinkerer Exotic Mask is using a placeholder model. Okay. Wait, this is also not the mask that we saw in the thingy, actually. I realize now, right? Yeah. Like this isn't the status effecty one. So that's then tied to the DLC then, right? So because we're not getting the DLC with this, right? We're not getting to go and check out the new mechanics there. So this is just the season stuff, which makes sense. That was kind of what I was expecting. But yeah, tomorrow we'll jump in. I've maybe somebody has already made a video on this because they've been to like Sweden before and kind of they know it. But I at this point I have still no real idea how this tiering system and how we go up in the tiers and stuff and how much we get from gear or from like gear cores and stuff. It's being very obtuse about it. The actives look actually kind of interesting. The passives look pretty weak. The enemy countermeasures look enough annoyance that they'll be actually, because this does need to be there. If we're just getting power from the thing, for me personally, like it just doesn't work out. Like season 1, we had Stellite, especially, well, after they changed the other ones, right? The shock and stuff. Stellite was kind of the balancing factor that still sometimes caught you out. This season as well. Frenzied enemies, like I've definitely died more to frenzied enemies with the modifier on in general, I feel now, than, especially this season, than when like the modifier is off and, you know, we're just fighting normally. Like there's a lot of damage in the modifier, but also frenzy kind of levels it out. These enemy modifiers seem enough to kind of be hurting enough that it's interesting that it's crit damage reduction. I'm kind of curious if we'll make different choices because of that next season. Because yeah, we could lean more into, you know, instead of like Cheska Coyote might become Cheska Fox's Prayer for this season just for that modifier. The gear, the RPK, I'm not seeing it. It needs more than this. It needs a bigger damage component. It needs a damage component to its talent, or more utility to its talent. Like maybe even, because you don't even need to put challenge or damage on it. If it had a heal, maybe, or something, or just utility in some way. The holster really depends on if it's full red. The mask really depends on if it's full red. The gear is actually, the gear set is interesting, and yeah, might even see some uses. It depends. It really depends on what plus 100% threat just actually means. You know, right? Like, does that mean that a full blue build can pulls an aggro from an enemy all the way from a striker or something? We'll see. But yeah, them actually having threat as a thing, I never expected them to get that working and get them to get that implemented. The gear set is kind of interesting. It's going to have the same thing as Refractor. When we really need healing, it's still FI, because it also gives a buff. But that doesn't still mean that Refractor doesn't get used, right? Refractor has become one of the go-tos for a lot of casual players for Legendary. It works really well in there. This I could still see having some use, especially it really depends on the smart cover as well, because it has ties to the smart cover. It is actually interesting to see a gear set that is tied to 2 skills like in this amount. Like even like Xuro kind of locks you into the fire turrets, but it doesn't really talk about, you know, the other skill is kind of up to you still. Because even like FI doesn't really like interact with the skills that much, like interacts with all of the skills as total skill damage basically, but and such. But This one really pushing you just to 2 skills, I feel it's also a little bit limiting. But if it makes for, we'll still have to kind of see in combat, and it's really reliant on that smart cover. But that smart cover looks way too good at the moment anyway. Interesting as well, yeah. The skills aren't in here, so yeah, this is just season stuff. So there is likely nothing of the Brooklyn DLC, which is the skill, which is that other mask, the other exotic mask, the mechanic of the purple flames, but actual Brooklyn. All of those things are not in here. This talent is completely like, this can't go into the game like this. This is the same as, what was it a few seasons ago? I remember there was another talent. Oh yeah, was it Brazen at 8%? Right? Yeah, that was it. Which was like, and then also it was holding on weapon swaps. Like this is way too much. 87 weapon damage is like, even on a full red build, this is still like more than, or like on par with Sadist. There is a downside to it when no skills are on cooldown, except for a revive hive. How often do you see skills on cooldown on like full red players, right? Like, so it depends on the player, of course. Like in my case, yeah, this talent, I'm never using it because if I'm running a red build, I'm hitting my skills, right? I'm gonna trigger my my pulse and such. This also depends on if a deploy, because there's also no skills are on cooldown, not no skills are. Because, for instance, a turret and a drone technically are not on cooldown when they're deployed, right? For instance, for the purposes of kinetic momentum. Right? So how does a shield... Actually, for shield as well, kinetic momentum, the shield does not count as on cooldown when it's deployed. So because you can still have your shield, basically, and use that. And when it breaks, it's only 15 seconds of less damage. It's kind of like a longer vigilance, but you also gain much more damage than vigilance. Yeah, does that work, actually? Well, we'll have to see. Because usually, for instance, yeah, charges and stuff will count as on cooldown. So if you're like, if you're tossing a hive and once you have one charge, it still counts as on cooldown. Until it has all the charges. So... But yeah, just the 87 weapon damage is way too high. Like, what are we doing here? And yeah, some known issues. Okay, I'm actually excited for tomorrow. Abridged, definitely want to play around with it. That has a lot of potential. Like, that has actually a lot of potential. It really relies on all red. Didn't they do that recently with some... What was it actually that they did it with? Oh, Exodus. Exodus got that treatment, didn't it? Because Exodus was something else initially, wasn't it? Trying to remember what it was, but... I think it was like weapon handling crit chance, right? And they went crit chance, crit damage in it. So, there is hope. There is no new pope, but there is hope. Or maybe there will be a new pope, and then we'll have a new pope and new hope. And then we'll grab some rope and have rope, pope, and hope. Okay, my brain is actually frank. Let's go finish. This watch out run that we started like 2 hours ago, and then we got sidetracked by a lot of. That was actually a lot of notes as well. Modifiers actually add quite a lot of time to it. Let's go finish this. Had a blue. Oh yeah, actually it also had a blue core, right? It was blue core, weapon handling, crit chance or damage, right? And they made it all red. So hopefully that happens to, or that is already the case, especially the mask needs to be that to be worthwhile. Somebody's in here, which is quite rare actually. Let's go over here. But yeah, somebody's just watch out running likely in there. But if they're in here, maybe they've stolen all the goodies, so let's not. There's also somebody here, which cleared that one. Let's go see on this end. But if I'm not competing with anyone, especially for the boxes and stuff, I don't mind going that route. This one seems quiet. I know, let's actually level up this watch out.
Reception limited. Proximity coverage only.
I'm also, yeah, actually, now kind of. So I'm happy I'm not maintaining anything that is kind of like build related and requires some implementations, because I'm already sorry for you, Scoops, for how you have to implement. Although well, it shouldn't be too hard, right? But it requires a whole UI thing for for abridged, right? Or likely, yeah, no, you could just implement it as a drop down with the mask, right? You just pick the weapon talent, the secondary weapon talent there, kind of. Or just pulls it from the second field. But I'm guessing that's gonna... That one... That one is actually new in some forms. It's not just crit chance or something. And I'm really curious how they really did a poor job there. It needed images. It needed for the modifier. It needed some images. It needed some. But also the thing is, the other two, they've introduced it basically to us in video form. Basically, the first time we saw the modifiers was basically on live streams with them showing it. Now here, of course, tomorrow we'll just see it in action, and once we've seen it, it'll click into place. But just reading it without kind of the visual language that the videos gave as an option really doesn't work, because I still have no idea kind of how. I have an idea how they work, but not, you know, specifically how they work. Because how much are we getting? Although I feel that still could have gone into words that way. Like each core is this much score and works towards this and stuff. We'll see. I'm dreading it. In the end, at least, it's also just one season's worth, right? That's usually the thing with making things as well. It's the making of the thing is the more annoying thing. Maintaining it is still sometimes annoying, but once you've done the bulk, maintaining it isn't too bad unless you leave it for a few seasons. Hey, you got an exotic component there. I know that's also why we did the DZ method, at least for now. Is that we get a few exotic components along the way. Because I'll open some of those boxes, some of them will have exotic components in them. And we'll have those as well. That's another sound buff for the rest. Yeah, that would be actually... I realized afterwards as well that, like, yeah, I can just pull from there, right? But that would still, yeah, require some implementing, right? It would just take the second talent, and then that would be its talent, basically. I wonder, because yeah, there's this whole season, the season thing of it is very much Division 1-y. Now, of course, Brooklyn is kind of already kind of a throwback thing to Division 1, because that was the starting area of Division 1. But yeah, this season is like really set up as a Division 1 callback, and you know, there's Pakhan and you know, abridged and electronics, firearms, and stamina, all of those things. I wonder if they like was this kind of the result of when the global events kind of came back and there was like a surge of Division 1 players and stuff. or it was always
Contaminated
planned.
gear.
We'll likely never know, but I wouldn't mind asking them that. That would be my like question on a Q&A. Like, was this always planned this way? Because yeah, the season, of course, like Brooklyn being getting made, that's like separate, but the season they've likely been working on it like for the last 2 seasons, right? It's not gonna reach back all the way to the start or something. And I'm really liking actually. So what I'm running here as this level 31 set basically is OD. There's been OD pieces on Cassie and the Clan Vendor the last few weeks. Well, over the last several weeks, I've grabbed some pieces, and actually last week there was already again a few pieces. And I really am enjoying this as a set for this. Well, for as long as we'll have it, basically.
Landmark cleared.
The box of this area is contaminated, so we won't even go for that. It's a mess. Because OD overall, we don't have Striker, we don't have Heartbreaker, we don't have Umbra. All sets that could be, you know, above OD. But actually OD with the chest is kind of on par with a Glass Red. And of course, much easier to get together. Although here, of course, I'm kind of, you know, I have a memento. Not everybody can get that. I have a G36 here that is basically a god roll for level 29, which is going to be exceptionally rare to try to get. So I'm kind of higher than most people have a chance of getting. But I feel on third account as well, I have it without the memento and stuff and without as good of a weapon. At some point as well, we'll do a watch alt run there as well. And we'll kind of see what it, like, with just pieces from nowadays, how far you can get.
Engaging landmark. Now detecting contaminated gear.
But yeah, also, watch alting might be a thing of the past. In when we wake up after no sleep till Brooklyn. Also, it's funny that schedule-wise for videos for me, actually it works out. Today we had the DPS does not start at 0, or DPS is 0 at 0. It's just a better way of saying it. Video went up, which I'm kind of expecting not too many people to be too interested in. Although, actually, I do a whole start of it that's just to kind of make it a little bit more generally interesting. I did a whole talk about like burst, sustain, what they kind of mean, how we kind of use them, and then also time to kill. So I think that part would be just interesting by itself for a lot of people, but it isn't per se clear that half of the video is about that. And then the rest of it is about why the notion of DPS not being a number for damage at 0 time, that is, first of all, not an issue for DPS, and also because some people from the time to kill side, where, yeah, at 0, basically at 0 is when the first shot happens for time to kill. They've extrapolated that to be also that DPS should work that way, and actually that breaks DPS. And that was already a thing that I kind of... hello, can I release? Had kind of half addressed in one of the Fog of War battles. But apparently that didn't click for some of the people that I definitely know have watched those videos. Some of them have even commented underneath them. But yeah, just to... Especially the thing as that has changed, I know better now how to explain the point. Because that's also the thing. Sometimes you just need to really sit and think about how do you explain this one thing,
Artillery turret detected.
this niche thing in a niche video game in a niche way.
Contaminated gear detected.
And, you know, that I barely give a fuck about as well. But it is kind of an important thing to kind of set straight because, yeah, people are going like, oh no, DPS is infinite at 0 seconds, which is just like, no, only if you're like bad at maths.
Landmark cleared. Incoming cargo plane with dark zone drop. Initiating rogue protocol.
With ND for some training. Yeah, negotiator I could see as well being a decent. Well, the thing with negotiator is it kind of depends on how you're catching the enemy, right? If you're kind of catching them as they spawn, you're gonna have a pretty good time with it. If you're, this will go straight. That's fine. If they're kind of spread out and you're just doing single target damage, it's a little bit less. Oh yeah, technically negotiator would be even more damage than this at max stats and stuff. 3 targets marked. I feel OD is just simpler overall.
DZ drop incoming.
Where's the should I still let myself die here? Where's it? Because yeah, if you've never seen it, you can let these things land on you, or accidentally standing in the spot where it lands. And it will crush you. It will just fall on top of you and murder your face off. I do want to actually clear this out before, although, well, let's just deal with this then.
Dark zone drop available.
Okay, there. That is that. Should I do it? Oh, also, nah. Let's just go deal with this.
Heavily armed hostiles.
Let's just go intercept them. Is this a different? And that hostile hive detected for a second there.
Artillery turret detected.
Scared me for a second. I was like, shit, play it. But no, that's just from the name. The only downside of OD is especially against turrets and stuff like that. Of course. That should be given. Anything mechanical kind of sucks for it. I'm gonna see about... Okay.
Now detecting contaminated gear.
Should put some flame rands, or not flame rands, hollow rands in my secondary as well.
Hostiles guarding location nearby. Contaminated gear detected.
Getting ready to play.
Keep an eye on our play.
Move out.
Okay. No, we're good. This is the last guy. Let's name this one.
Now detecting contaminated
Oh,
gear.
yeah, some spec ammo in here as well. The supply drops don't give anything other than DZ XP. Let's just open it normally. Wait for the actual release patch notes. Yeah, or keep in mind as well, anything PTS related is always subject to change. There hasn't been a single time where like everything from the PTS has been everything from the live game. Because that especially that damage talent is a little silly. But hell, it could even be a typo. Like that has also, you know, how many people were screaming, "Oh, they nerfed the harvest." It was just a thing.
Contaminated gear detected.
That's all it ever was. And then, you know, in the end, it would have been nice if that typo wasn't there, and yeah, they should have prevented that. And you know, maybe I've come out and But also, in the end, it wasn't. You know, jump by stream streamers. I if you hadn't noticed, I'm level 32. I'm not in the real DZ. I'm basically in, yeah. So if we go to the map here, bracket player level 1 to 39 in the upper right there. We're just using this as watch Alton, basically. This is one of the better ways for solo leveling. Now, of course, if you have group members, if you have players that are willing to kind of help you out, which in my case as well, I could. Like, if I went, hey, who wants to carry me? I'd likely get somebody, you know, somebody dumb enough, somebody kind enough to help me out. But also, I don't actually mind doing it, for instance, solo. Also, effectively in hours, man-hours spent, it's about the same. Because if you do this in a group, it's basically 1 hour-ish per player, and then I would kind of feel obliged to like return the favor, right? So then it's also that way. Also here we're getting some exotic components along the way, because for instance as well, this box I'm gonna open in a second here for this landmark has a chance at an exotic component, so we get some of those as well. We're already 32, 3. I was gonna say this should have been 32 a while back. I'm gonna go to this guy first.
Now detecting contaminated gear.
I think as well, if we wanted to and we extracted a few times and such, we could get some.
Initiating rogue protocol.
DZ currency out.
Detected.
Not really something I'm after, so. No, let's go over here. And then we'll jump across, I feel. So it's got week 10 or 9? So next week is 10 with Hollywood, and then 11 is the week after that, which is also then the... We'll unlock the Master Climax, and we'll go and Master Climax together with Kelso. Climaxing all the way together. Then as well, after with climaxing with Kelso, we'll get Birdie's Quickie. All of these names. But yeah, we'll climax with Kelso, we'll get Birdie's Quickie, and we'll live happily ever after until Brooklyn. And then from there, it'll be no sleep till Brooklyn. Oh no, I should do sleep. It'll be still a few weeks after that. The views expressed in this video are Nokias and Nokias alone. Go to bed. Have a good night's rest. Come to Brooklyn rested.
Contaminated gear detected.
Or just sleep till Brooklyn. That's the other option you have as well.
Landmark cleared.
Just sleep till Brooklyn. And indeed, Gato. Yeah. Doing watch out. This one's contaminated, right? Why am I even going? Yeah. So the boxes, there's 2 types. For those that don't know, if it's contaminated like this, it can't give an exotic component. I can pick it if I wanted to. It'll just give loot. It doesn't have the option of an exotic component. But also, I don't want to have this extra timer here. I don't care about the loot, because also I'm going to fast travel here in a second and lose all whatever I've collected already. I sometimes just do pick up all this stuff, because if we get a pestilence, for instance, I'm going to extract that just for the exotic component. So then, you know, whatever I picked up will go with it. If it's along the way anyway.
Exiting dark zone.
Yeah, let's go on this side. There. Yeah, that's cool. PTS with a hardcore and I die, do I lose at the main game? No. Everything, so you can basically see PTS is its own save. It'll also be from like a week or two ago, basically. That's usually, they took a snapshot somewhere in the past. That's the snapshot put in there. Whatever happens there, because on there as well, I've quite often just deleted characters. I have, you know, deleted loadouts and stuff. Just to make space for things, I just treat it as, you know, just everything in there is just in there. Nothing carries over and nothing is gonna mess up anything on your... Oh yeah, I need to generate ammo again. I forget. I should have grenaded those guys, but I'll grenade whoever's here. What was my grenades grade at?
Dark zone drop expired.
Where is this guy? Oh no, maybe I'll use this guy. Dismember what they did. With the new mask, they'll stack primary, secondary weapon talents like killer plus killer. I'm gonna guess, because yeah, it's kind of based on abridged. I don't think you can double stack the same talent, or it's based on off abridged. The talent is called abridged, but that's also the talent from you can't have the same talent. Maybe it says that even in its description. My expectation instantly was just, yeah, it's not gonna be the, you can't do that. Because that would just be too good, because yeah, stacking, double stacking killer would be just too good. But yeah, especially with the mask, it's gonna be much more important what we get as its stats. Honestly, if it's full red, it's basically a high contender. Because just killer plus measured will basically you're trading measured in for Coyote, because that's the thing it competes the most against, of course, or even Centurion or maybe Levy or something like that. But measured is more than Coyote, basically. As long as it's full red on the rest of it. Weapon damage, crit chance, crit damage. I wonder if the mules won't be a thing anymore with the DLC. That seems to be the case. That's basically what I'm assuming at this point. It's just because as well, there's some rumors and some people that were at the event thing that they did. I'm gonna go downstairs here and go get those 2 boxes while we're here, and then we'll go actually to different DZ after this. So I just want to go get those 2 because that's 2 chances at exotics. Also lets me catch up on the chat. Did we get the DLC in the PDS? Doesn't seem like it. There was not a single word uttered about anything PTS or Brooklyn related. For instance, as well, that's the mask that they showed in the video, the status effect E1 thingy, not in the patch notes. Different mask. So also likely we're getting basically, yeah, that exotic is part tied to the DLC. And these other ones are tied to the season. We'll have to see if actually, although it could just be through source, right? Because if that mask is only tied to like a mission in Brooklyn, that could just be a way for them to keep it kind of, you know, tied to that without loot pool wise and stuff. But then as well, that would mean that won't go into target loot and such. We'll have to see how that works out. But yeah, basically it seems just season stuff, not the DLC stuff. Wait, level 30 OD? Yeah. So I'm running... because the OD pieces have been on Cassie and stuff. Not the best sets, although our glove is pretty okay. Cassie and the clan. Even last week, the clan vendor at level 30. The thing is, though, you have to do it specifically at level 30 for Cassie and such.
Protocol deactivated.
For both actually. Because Cassie doesn't have gear set items at 31 to 39. She has it basically at 30 and she has it at 40. So you need to do a DC start and then, have it be that. But yeah, if you keep an eye on it here and there, and I feel this is overall one of the better... Wait, am I turned around? I am. So, wait, is it? No. What's up here? I want to pick this lock.
Initiating rogue protocol.
Exotic componente.
Now detecting contaminated gear. Landmark engaged.
Was a bit OD, yeah, especially nowadays with the chest and stuff as well. Not needing as well to have a chest talent, for instance. Because I can just use the OD chest talent, making for easier pieces. Although on this account as well, I have the Memento at level 29. Like this is a piece you can't get at the currently. So
Contaminated gear detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
there is that as well.
Removed.
And a Memento, of course, pretty good solo. And of course, an OD by itself, like with the same backpack talent, would be around a glass red's worth of damage when we're dealing with enemies that can bleed. Because here as well, we're using Sadist especially to kind of bump it up. I don't have access to Carnage, of course. But that's fine. And the thing is as well, at 30 to 40, or well, up to 40 DZ, there's no Black Dusk in here. Like Black Dusk is not a faction in the DZ until 40, because people can go in at level 1. It's the same DZ for level 1 to 39, so we won't see Warhounds and stuff, so I don't have to deal with mechanicals. No, do you think they should let us reconfigure minor attributes and exotics the same way on high ends? I don't think that's a good idea unless it's kind of locked in the same way that like the Acosta is. Keep in mind that if we're going with gear, we're going from one stat, one detox. Like the thing is, not in the system that we have now, right? Like we can reroll this. This could go well, crit chance for instance on this LMG here. We could reroll this until we get that. Everybody has run into it where you've rerolled a 50 times. This is a 1 in 12. A core, one minor attribute and a second minor attribute. We're talking thousands of rerolls maybe for an unlucky son of a bitch who's trying to get certain things in a certain way. Also, one of the nice things about exotics for newer players is, for instance, Coyote is full red. Like if you get a Coyote, it's full red. Now, if the person that gets a Coyote, it might be blue hazard health. They have to reroll it, right? So, unless it's a system of recalibration, and I would just be in favor of that anyway. Just give us the option, like 5, 10 exotic components, and we just recalibrate. If that is the system, that could work, but then also now you still would need a lot of rerolls. You still need a core and one attribute to recalibrate the other one. So that still doesn't solve it for exotics, but then maybe like exotics could have, you could recalibrate all of it, maybe or something. But yeah, with the current system, no. It would be hell. Like this, we're talking Descent without talent pools, like for Nemesis runs. Like it sounds fun until you actually think of it.
Now detecting contaminated gear.
Like it would be really cool for deep runs to have no talent pools, but the Nemesis runs were already a hell And that was before another set of talents was added in
Landmark
when
has been
rotation,
cleared.
like the talent pool. I think they will kill off running mules. I'm thinking we're banking a few just in case. I think they will. My guess currently would be that, yeah, they're just getting... So they're changing it in some way so it's no longer an option. So that could be maybe instead of it being tied to the character, it could be each slot, maybe. Something like that. But it seems also, together with that, they seem to be talking a lot about economy changes. So hopefully, basically, they'll make it in a way that the watch alts just aren't needed as much. But currently, you kind of, like, for getting top expertise and stuff, you kind of need watch alts. But if you really didn't, basically, then you can kind of remove them if you kind of rebalance the cost of those things. Is this upstairs or downstairs? Well, it's downstairs, right? Yeah. There's some enemies up here. I was confused by it. Yeah. So swap movements disable talents as opposed to I just swapping the effort, the effect over. Disable talent as opposed to just... How do you mean? Oh, no. So at least in Division 1, I would think this would work the same way. But in here, it wouldn't per se matter because in Division 1, you have 3 talents, right? But basically, that third talent in Division 1 would just swap between... It'll be on both weapons, basically. So you gotta have even, for instance, like Predatory on one weapon and not even in that free talent slot. And then, like, if you swap to that weapon, you would get the free talent of the other one. And both would kind of work that way. But in Division 2, it's just one talent. So you would only maybe swap to, I don't know, go from one AR to another just for maybe longer range shots, right? You grab a Carbine 7, or well, not Carbine 7. Maybe you have an M4 and a FAMAS, right? And then, or a FAMAS and a Lexington, or Lexington, although Lexington is already super accurate. That's one of the issues. So I could, just for the type that you're... Although with LMGs, I could, for instance, see it. But you could have an MG5 and something else. And then maybe you unload the something else once per fight and then swap to the MG5. But yeah, I'm gonna guess it's likely gonna go both ways. And then whatever weapon you have equipped has basically both. I'm curious to see how well implemented it will be, and I'm already calling it. There's gonna be some shenanigans there because there's already a bunch of ways to get weapons to kind of equip, and some of the talents to kind of not recalculate, especially on secondary slot, until later. So I'm curious if they've accounted for all of those.
Now detecting contaminated gear.
Because otherwise, we're gonna see some pummel ARs and stuff. Although, of course, those kind of things will get patched out. But I'm curious. I'm not gonna test it with the PDS, or well, I'll test it privately, basically, not on stream or anything, because I don't want to give out the shenanigans we can do for this. But yeah, there are currently some shenanigans you can pull to sometimes have a secondary talent kind of still be active in some ways. I mean, I might as well just run there because we have to exit through there anyway. I need a Guardian. Crazy to get the DLC for free somehow or for one. Starbucks, I've never said anything like this. Or crazy to get the DLC for free somehow? Wait, what? They mean they mean... I mean, a lot of people have been sharing the sentiment of this should be free. No. No, it shouldn't, because the giveaway in it shouldn't is that it isn't. If it should be free, it would have been free. It's not, so it isn't. But yeah, no, I mean, for the $15, like, in after like, well, I mean, I've bought a lot of cosmetics, but if you haven't bought a lot of cosmetics, it's been the base game, it's been Wony, and it's been this, and it's been 6 years, no, 5 years, 5 years, no, 6 years since Wony. Pay the damn people for their time and their effort. Healer sets experimental versatiles overcharge every 40 seconds. I mean, the overcharge and stuff isn't that impressive because keep in mind that it's competing against FI, and FI has a buff. Turns out buffing really good.
Contaminated gear detected.
That's why it's the oldest profession.
Now detecting contaminated gear.
But yeah, overall it looks interesting. It being kind of locked into just basically one set of skills because
Landmark.
it has something for the hive and it has something for the for this smart cover. Kind of depends as well how good the smart cover is in the end, because actually currently that's the other crazy one. Because yeah, the weapon talent is a little bit too crazy at 87 for the perfect, and then we don't know the normal, which is also kind of crazy. Like how did they mess that up? What was it again? And yeah, and the smart cover at skill tier 6, the current stats that we know for it, it's not part of the PDS, so we won't see it in the PDS. But yeah, 45 damage to targets out of cover. Actually, how much is that even with 10 detox? How much does that reduce to? So if we have a 110, you know, a 1.1 multiplier. No, actually we need the other way. So it's a 155 divided by 110. That's still a 40.9%, 41%. At skill tier 6. Like, what? There should barely be a damage bonus to it. Like, I don't even know why you would put a damage bonus on it. Maybe something tiny. Not 45 detox. Like, because the thing is as well, that's weapon handling as well. So the weapon handling by itself is actually already a really good deal. Especially through a skill. 45 detox on top makes it really the only skill which can get you more damage. Currently, there's no other skill in this game that gets you more weapon damage. You just have the boost drive that gives you more weapon handling, and that competes with a red or with a revive hive. So just red builds will never take it. Here, what's stopping a red build from running revive hive and the booster? And then even if it is just 10 or 20 detox at skill tier 2, you just run technician for it. If it's 20 total weapon damage or detox, that's already like an overcharged pulse is 50. Oh, that's a 15 add. So separate multiplier. This is at least additive to a pool, but a pool that everybody will have some stats in, but that's also like still very, like, it's not a very filled in pool. How much is it actually with Fox's prayer? Let's check that too.
Now detecting contaminated gear.
My turret and drone are murdering these fine folks. So with, how much would it be? So 118 plus 5.
You're gonna die today.
Is that a sniper turret? Saw some, maybe that was just tracer fire. So, you know what, just laziness. 118 plus 45 is 163 divided by 118.
Enemy patrol
11,
detected.
11.8. So that's still 38% if you're running Fox's Prayer. And that's skill tier 6. Overcharge is likely even higher. March. But also, I'm just, yeah, that if it is 45%, it should not make it into the game like that. That's just...
Contaminated gear detected. Landmark.
It's already kind of annoying that for red builds, the Hive is as good as it is, because it's basically, you know, if you're running a red build, you're just going to run a Hive unless you're kind of in a coordinated team or something. For general play, for a matchmate and stuff, it's just you know, it's just too good. Now, the other slot also, there is just a fixed thing that we kind of put in there, which... Because why take foam when you can just kill the thing 40% faster? Oh, and ultimate round doing this you never saw again. Doing expansions for free or in cheap bundles. I think currently the ultimates, although maybe not, maybe somewhere it isn't, but the ultimates, most of them should have, because the thing is they've put out a new ultimate version basically. There's a 2025 ultimate basically, which you just have to kind of pay attention what you're getting, because actually I think the ultimate that you can buy now actually does include that, I think. But it's also more expensive than the ultimate was like a week ago. But also, yeah, people not reading shit. Yeah, pesty.
Contaminated gear.
So, oh, and a Yal glove. But yeah, let's go extract this then. Because if I get an exotic component like that, we'll extract for that. And then as well, I might get it. Like, that's also why I just picked up all the other items, because yeah, I still have like 20 something. Let's make sure we're doing it right. 20 something.
Landmark cleared.
I could deconsider. Okay. Yeah, 21 DZ resources. Yeah, let's actually extract and go to a different DZ. We've kind of looted all the boxes here. Although we're likely coming up on the half-hour point where they respawn. So, well, let's just go extract. Also, just for scenery, let's go to a different one. I need their ACM. But I'm gonna guess like it lists exactly what you're kind of getting, unless it's like in some places not. I haven't actually looked at because I still need to actually figure out what the deluxe edition has and if there's even like pre-order bonuses. Because of course with Wony we had Enforcer as a pre-order bonus. I wouldn't recommend pre-ordering anything really ever. In the case of Division, I'm, you know, it's not like I'm not gonna. It's not like I'm not gonna buy the expansion. Right? So, if there is some pre-order bonus, I hope there isn't, because honestly, yeah, Enforcer. The only good thing about the Enforcer is that it doesn't have detox third stat, because if you're not aware, the Enforcer is a perfect pommel shotgun, not spots, Super 90. The thing is though that it doesn't have damage to targets that are covered third stat, so that makes the Tsunami kind of a better thing. Because actually, if it did, it would be like a really good choice, because the Super 90 and the Super 90 and the SASG are kind of head-to-head when it comes to how useful they are. These guys aren't even from this, are they? This is just a war zone thing.
Hilo almost at extraction zone.
Yeah. They use when you're matching on randoms in heroic and or legendary. I mean, generally just a red striker is kind of a go-to, but of course in my case as well, I'll grab, it depends as well. Quite often I'm not running full reds, like, unless it's kind of needed. I end up more, you know, on Eclipse and combat medics and stuff like that, or just weirder stuff. Because generally as well, like if I'm matchmaking nowadays, I'm kind of jumping into check something. So generally I'm going to be running something a little bit more odd, basically. But yeah, Umbra, Negotiator, you know, even Hunter's Fury. But General Striker, of course, in matchmaking. Like, if I just want to do damage, especially, for instance, in Countdown and stuff, if I just want to get through it and farm some stuff, if I'm lazy, I'll just grab. Striker. How many eggs am I on? Because we might actually even complete a set of eggs.
Hilo was headed back.
Actually, I can track the project right now. 37. Okay, yeah, no, we haven't done that many. Sylvia Pulse loyalist. Yeah, although, well, if it is 45 DTOC at like max sting, although, well, even like, yeah, 20, because it seems to be like 10 base, skill tier 1 is already plus 10 as well. We saw that in the video, at least the stats that were there. Like, those could be placeholder, those could be wrong, those could be 1,000 things. 22 of those out. Yeah, let's go actually to a different DZ. Partially just as a change of scenery as well. Because I even had 20 with just technician. Also weapon handling, that's the thing. Because also, well, it kind of depends on if it's just because
Dog zone drop has been delivered.
it also depends on if it's exactly working as Division 1 one. Because in general, I don't per se go into cover. I use cover, but I'm not using the cover system often, right? Like, most of the time I'm kind of like this, where I'm kind of behind cover, ADSing out, but and not doing this because you expose way too much of yourself. So it's also kind of, I'm gonna guess you have to actually be attached to cover for the bonuses to apply. So that could be a thing.
Extraction helo, almost within range.
From roles at level 31, we're in priority objectives at that level, which I'm not sure what I can get. So Chameleon is there, Elmo is there, Bloody, Ragged.
Helo is on site.
Basically, there's a lot of
Landmark.
the ones they added post season 11. Are in there. And then also basically everything that was year 1, especially as well. Pestilence, of course, in there. Exotics wise, though, there isn't that many exotic gears at those in that one at level 30 and 31. That is that useful. Because also 30 and 31 are the same pool. It's just 31 then also has, you know, some of the other brand sets, but yeah, the exotics are the same at 30 and 31. At least seems like.
Serious trauma detected.
Let's take a look back here.
Contaminated gear detected.
There's this last one. Is this a heart? No. Which one? Oh.
Landmark cleared. Helo is returning to base.
I don't think there is like a full list because also, yeah, likely We'll see if
Dog zone drop
I've been
is expired.
kind of like meaning to make one at some point, but also like it's so niche that it's kind of, I don't think it's worth the time investment at the time being. Especially, yeah, Chameleon, Elmo, Pestilence are all good picks, kind of in that.
Engaging landmark.
More so than like telling you the full list. I'll tell you some of the ones I do actually use, basically. Memento is only available, so for instance, I have a Memento here. Memento is only available if you had it at World Tier 5 before the changes happened, basically. Same, for instance, as well, capacitor and such, because I do have a capacitor, for instance, as well.
Contaminated gear.
But yeah, for instance, Pestilence is pretty good in general, because you know, at these lower levels as well, the spread kind of happens, and then that kills by itself already. Or well, the tick, basically, by itself. Kind of murder stuff. And then Chameleon's talent is even bigger. You know, when your stats are even lower at level 30 and 31.
Landmark has been cleared.
Deal with me.
What? Who was she? Landmark has been cleared, and then somebody else runs it. Maybe I just run down here. Yeah, let's just run that. Let's see, let me get you over here. It's like looks as only 2 cosmetic, an outfit, and a weapons. I'll still likely. It depends on what the price is. I'll likely buy the deluxe version for main accounts because I am a fucking idiot. Hi, I'm IKEA, and I'm a fucking idiot.
Enemy patrol detected.
Don't clip that. Or do you? It's not a lie sometimes. What time can we recover the DZ minutes? Sorry, what? What time can be recovered on DZ? Oh, do you mean just how long this takes, basically, or kind of recover drop? Oh, if you get killed or something and the drops on the ground, I think I'm gonna guess. I've never actually looked because usually you either recover it within a few minutes because you go back and get it, or you know you're just leaving it. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be the same 1 hour of normal loot. That's what I would think. Oh no, 30 minutes of the normal loot. I mean, Shara's hour. That's what I'm thinking of there. Because normally, if loot drops and stuff, it stays on the ground for half an hour. So I'm gonna guess that's the same thing. Oh wait, is it part of? Oh, okay, I don't have the thing sprayer. Or do you mean supply drop for priority objectives? Because that kind of depends. Oh, if you mean how often the drops happen, I think it's once per hour, right? Seems longer than the reset of the boxes. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, no, the DZ drops, yeah. Maybe. Oh, hey, so I've been pulsed. That's a rarity. It's gonna be up there. I am rogue still, so they might go for me, but also it might go bad for them because unless they're really well geared, I will actually burn them down very quickly.
Rogue protocol deactivated.
But yeah, somebody might be able to correct me there or give the exact one. I've never really. There is a timer. I've definitely heard what the timer is at some points. I think it's once per hour. I think. But quite often as well, it seems to be like staggered between sessions and stuff. So one thing you could do is go into a DZ. If it doesn't have drops, you go to New York and back. And you might get a different session. And also go through all 3 DZs they'll have, basically. You know, they're not on the same timer. I have impulsed again. If they want to come for me, they can come for me. I'm going to actually even... I don't know. I'll likely have some keys. I'll open this box normally. But likely it's the same thing as me. Somebody DZ, leveling in the DZ, basically. And also, if they murder me, I'm just going to go to the next DZ. If they follow me, I can still stay ahead of them, do landmarks, and you know, if they really want to, like, be a dick. And if they really hang on to being a dick, I'll just do it tomorrow. I'll just go do something else. But likely as well, it's just likely somebody... Because also, somebody isn't going to pulse like that, just willy-nilly, I feel. I'll open this one with the key, just to not be rogued here. Should have actually made a screenshot of how many exotics I had at the start of the session. Let's go to the theater on the other side. Yeah, Diamondback level 30 is very good. Yeah, Diamondback is also an option. Although, I would think, like, it seems it seems overkill for all of these enemies is kind of the thing. With trying to shoot kind of the target that is marked and stuff. Because most of these enemies die to like a quarter of the shot to the of the Diamondback. So I feel Pesty is overall like a really good pick for here. Out of the exotics. But Chameleon is also kind of up there.
Stay right there.
Elmo as well is kind of up there just because of its mods, partially as well.
Contaminated gear detected.
Although I could have actually used the bleed rounds in my second one.
Now detecting contaminated gear. Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, this one's... Wait, did I open this one or this one was already open? Likely that I did. Or did I open? Wait, did you guys just spawn like super far away? Yeah. They spawn far enough away, they don't spawn aggro. This is kind of annoying, actually. Pulsed again. And yeah, the TTK on this thing is impressive.
Contaminated gear detected. Landmark cleared.
Oh, let's go on this side. And 36. Lux is 25. Okay, that's 10 more. Eh. I'll likely buy that. Oh, hey. Let's give him a heart attack. Okay, the guy's on controller. There's a variable run speed. I don't want him per se following me. Well, I'm just gonna go do this landmark if he goes rogue, he goes rogue. But also, I think he's just a puppy, maybe. We can actually see in a sec. I'm curious, actually. Oh, oh yeah, I'm in a clan for some. This is annoying in the DZ. Near being all the way. Wait. There. Nearby is now all the way down there. Oh, this guy's level 19. Also, he has 22 hours. So he's maybe actually a puppy. And I don't want to group up. Grouping up will... One of the systems we're kind of using here is that the group scaling here is giving me XP as if we're level 40 basically for kills. So the kill XP is level 40. That is only the case as long as I'm solo. The second I join a group, that kill XP drops down to normal levels for that level. And that's actually one of the big parts of XP that we're getting here. Because basically a level and a bit of getting to level 40 in this will be from just the kill XP alone. So basically, if we didn't have the kill XP more, now of course we would have still like 20% of the kill XP, so we would still have like maybe that little bit of the level, but yeah, it would be a lot less. Also here, I'm gonna go rogue. I'm hoping he doesn't... don't go for my drone. Having my drone didn't instantly murder him? I had a key as well. I could have maybe just keyed it, but... But maybe now as well he won't follow me. This is not healthy for him to follow me. He'll get himself killed. Oh yeah, I missed all this. To bring resistance from division. I was actually surprised that there is no like mode or anything with this, but you know, maybe in the future. Also, maybe that would have been overkill with it. But yeah, there was some rumblings about maybe a mode, but that also then turned out to be maybe not per se the case. Oh, this is somewhere. But that isn't. Who's
nearby
this?
Agent has become rogue.
What?
Rogue agent nearby.
I'm guessing they're popping caches and stuff. Or the thingies. I always get turned around on this one. Oh, it stirs up. Yeah, it's
now
back.
detecting contaminated gear. Enemy patrol detected.
This one engage this.
Landmark engaged.
Maybe a shot on the boss. I'm guessing that guy went rogue to open this crate. No, crate's closed.
Contaminated gear detected.
I'm gonna actually open this just with a key.
Landmark has been cleared.
I feel that guy just dipped out the second. The other guy's pulsing the whole time. So I'm guessing that guy just dipped out the second he saw there was pulsing happening. Yeah, let's go to the... Although, can I... What's this? It's not particularly far. Let's go there instead. Either shoot or get out of the way. I'm busy. I mean, Bessie from a real so good. Yeah, almost good. One thing you can also, for instance, sometimes put in just as a filler piece. I ran Bloody Knuckles for quite a bit, and then yeah, sometimes here and there just melee an enemy, because it is it'll come full red and stuff, so it's good filler piece for a glove slot. Because gear-wise, not much good stuff exists.
Hostile patrol
Animal
detected.
attorney. So that ends up being mostly high ends. Is this one contaminated?
Engaging landmark.
That's open and contaminated.
Back the fuck off.
Now detecting contaminated gear.
Okay, let's go for this one.
Has
That
been
one
cleared.
definitely has a lootable crate. Why was Isaac sending me all the way around? One of the things we could do as well is actually, like, if we're kind of using the character, I could loot all those boxes as well along the way. Get some DZ credits. Those go directly into the inventory of this character, but I'm not going to make enough resources to be worth it though. I'm just going to leave them for if somebody else is finding them.
Extraction called.
But confession. But so useless in this DZ level, I guess. Not much. It's not the worst, but yeah, at these levels, turret and drone is kind of my go-to because the enemies are so weak that the turret and drone will just decimate them anyway. Because here as well, I'm just kind of using them as decoys and kind of just murder some shit for me, and then I'll do the rest. But well, actually, in a group setting, giving you the positions of all the enemies and stuff. Thing is though that, yeah, with landmarks, once you kill the named and stuff, it marks all the... You're never stuck in that kind of summit thing of like, I need to find the last enemy. I don't know where they are. Because it will mark the last enemies once you kill the named. And the named will then be marked before that, so... it's not needed for the PvE and the...
Hilo almost at extraction.
Also, that player, yeah, they're 20 hours in, and nowadays as well. So, if you haven't done it in a little bit, there seems to be some. I wonder actually then maybe if that's also part of maybe them already having implemented some stuff against muling. The prologue part, that part where you did the little fight in
Arrived.
that little settlement. If you actually start a new, you know.
Now detecting contaminated gear.
Character, not level 31. That section is kind of cut out for some reason. It just goes directly to that other cutscene. Do you have a gun? Does your neighbor? That one. And also it actually skips that like 7 months later. It also then skips that like the other one where it like has all of the logos from all of the studios.
Gear detected.
And then you go directly to start basically in DC. It's kind of weird. But also currently the only skill you can pick at the start is Pulse. So, you know,
Landmark cleared.
maybe it gave him Pulse. Maybe he's one of these people affected by that. It gave him Pulse. And he just never changed it. An extraction is happening. Yeah, I'm gonna extract myself from this DZ. Let's go west. This place seems occupied. Let's change the scenery as well once more. Let's go west.
Exiting dog zone.
Nice. Actually, let's deconstruct that. Or I forget or something and sell it. Yeah, let's go west. Let's start here. Hi. Although they're leaving. Where are they leaving? I'm gonna... Oh, They're on this side. Maybe we'll go. Let's go west again, or east again then instead of west. Because especially they might have looted all the boxes here and stuff. The exotic components are, especially on this account, second account here. I don't have that many exotic ones. On main account, I'm almost reaching 650 or something. But there I don't have the SHE calibrations and field recons to kind of grade. That's actually much more of a bottleneck for me currently. Although I should just spend a set of watch points for it. I've been kind of saving them up again for like the next season, but I have enough. And I might actually, in the triple XP, like I'm less against the triple XP than the 5 times XP. Usually with the 5 times, yeah, I dip out. Go play something else for when it's active. 3 times, I'm not that against. So I might try to get 1,000 levels just to get the watch. And then maybe upgrade a bunch of things I'll never use anyway. As one does. I need to actually start my ODing. Yeah, roll into it, thank you. Instead set, I'm gonna bleed him with this, swap to this, put some ammo in this. Well, actually on this as well. Break his backpack there.
Detecting contaminated gear.
Can't go up there apparently. No. Actually, let's not lose it there. Say this weapon is much more hard-hitting here. But the pestilence makes for decent enough backup for this build at least, and also OD has reload speed, so it's also not like doesn't feel the worst.
Hostile patrol detected.
But the Sadus one actually just the Sadus AR I have here is just a step above. Let's go over there. But actually, I should get the bug or here. I mean, yeah, go on that side. Oh, yeah, this one.
Initiating rogue protocol. Now detecting contaminated gear.
So we'll go back to Division 1 and play all the content. I've played a little bit back in the day, but stopped like a month after the first Incursion came out. You know, especially if you haven't been back to it, if you kind of like Division 2. Division 1 is honestly pretty similar. It's definitely not the same. But it is pretty similar. You do lack a few things, especially if you're coming from Division 2 to 1, which, you know, might be too much. But honestly, yeah, especially if you kind of like the gameplay of Division 2 and kind of the systems, Division 1 is similar but then different, right? Just by itself as well, just the gear sets and stuff in there are pretty different. Nowadays as well, that the global events are back in Division 1, it is actually, you know, without the global events, it's basically as if targeted loot doesn't exist. And as you can imagine, that can make it a lot harder to get a specific gear set together and stuff. Because the Division 1 doesn't have targeted loot. Its targeted loot is basically the global events, where it has a few gear sets and you can buy specific caches of gear sets, classified especially. But yeah, it's well worth going through. Like I don't know if you caught it or not recently. I've been going back into Division 1 basically every time that it's been a global event. But even before that, I had hopped in a little bit. And for instance, as well leveled a 3rd and a 4th character on on those accounts basically in like this year. Although that was maybe as well, kind of like the last few months of last year. And then the global events came back and it was just like, okay. And on the weeks of the global events, it's just decently busy. This last one was kind of like the lesser global event, but even then it was decently busy. And there's actually still communities and stuff because it has kind of a buzz around it now with the global events, and people are kind of going back and, you know, doing some of the commendations and stuff. For instance, I've been going back and actually that's been my goal with each global event, is just especially get all of the commendations, which is basically all of its challenges. Although it's some of those are much more like much more than like Division 2 challenges, because it's like beat an incursion while you have no healers basically or something. I've been quite enjoying my time there. I would say, especially if you kind of like Division 2, and you know, you at times you go like, I want something different, but also I don't want to like learn a complete new game, because that's sometimes, you know, sometimes nowadays more an issue for me. I'm just like, I don't want to spend 500 hours or so that, like, you know, really understanding a game kind of takes, with some games, of course, you know. Well, not 500, but let's say 100. Have a decent grasp of the game. Division is similar enough to Division 2 that it's kind of, you know, it's similar enough and then it's different enough. Especially the end game of it, different gear sets by itself is already like different. Shooting is quite different. The skills in there are different. Keener is different. He's a bad guy.
Now detecting contaminated gear.
Instead of, you know, an anti-hero, he's literally just anti-life. That's pretty cheap usually as well. Buy it on sale, definitely. So level up in Descent. Descent is really slow for leveling. Like, yeah, if you're going for but also a secondary thing. But it's like if you're going for a loop 40, maybe that would be enough for getting from 31 to 40. But also you don't get reconstructed caches. Like for this account, or well, for this account, it wouldn't matter that much because I have all the blueprints. But still, if I'm going to a 40. Generally, I wouldn't mind getting some of the reconstructed caches, even on this account, just for in the mailbox, right? For maybe future use. But yeah, you don't get reconstructed caches until you're 40. So that's a big deal breaker. And secondly, it's pretty slow. It's like not worth it. Going to loop 10, or like originally when they removed the like the WONI requirements, basically.
Initiating rogue protocol.
I tried some Descent. We went to like loop 13, and I went up like 2 levels. What's happening there? What in the?
Contaminated gear detected.
Hey, you got an exotic component there.
Landmark engaged.
They're almost on. Bring it out. Got you.
Now detecting contaminated gear.
I'll kill you for that.
What was the other thing on there?
Contaminated gear detected.
Also, one of the things that isn't per se clear in with the DZ method that is really handy versus
Removed.
Especially if you're doing it any other way solo, because we could do, for instance, invaded missions and stuff. That's still way slower than this in general, but also in here, while I am in here, we're still running this level 30 gear and stuff and level 29 gear and stuff. Everything's getting CLT 39. Basically, the second we enter in here, whatever the level of our gear is, doesn't matter. The stats matter, but the gear level doesn't matter. So we don't have to ever consider changing, you know, equipping other things or looting. We can just run the same gear all the way to... Once we hit 40, basically, it... well, actually, even when we hit 40, unless this is invaded DZ, normalization is still there. So this gear will act as if it's like level 40 in here. Once we hit level 40. If it's invaded, normalization isn't there, and I'm dead. But, what's the current blueprint count? I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't know if somebody remembers. On main account, I have that. And yeah, of course, it's also dependent on Hunter Killer and thingy. Hunter Killer and Shield Splinter, which are no longer available, but you could have had them in the past. But it's basically missing, you know, the 4 named weapons for named gear. Then it's missing last season's gear sets, this season's weapons. But yeah, I can't check on this again. At least not at that current time.
Contaminated gear detected. Landmark cleared.
Oh, so normal. And these have all respawned, so we can pop them again and maybe get some
contaminated gear.
the component there. So we're over here. Gotta get that gun to level 12. Actually, wait, can we? Oh, I can't figure in here. Wall rock.
Rogue protocol deactivated.
Actually, yeah, we can, of course, expertise. Right? Sub 40 gear? Actually, just literally. Oh, yeah, we can, of course. Yeah, why not? Actually, yeah, I have some gear actually that is from World Tier 5 times that was already expertise. I have those. Which those are we talking about? Also, yeah, we really want to know that. Actually, I'm at a weapon thingy parts, but we'll upgrade it actually after. I should totally do that as well. Although, I mean, it's not like I'm in any way slow here. But another 12 weapon damage. Especially here with kind of like lesser stat on some of the stuff. Like the bars not being full. That's a okay shemant. Because I might as well indeed. Totally forgot that was actually a thing. I love it. Which I should have actually remembered, because yeah, I used to have a bunch of level... I remember specifically on the World Tier 5, basically back in the day, even expertising some stuff I was using. Also back in the day, people used to like expertise Regulus.
Landmark has been
A lot.
cleared.
For this.
Initiating rogue protocol.
Because that used to also be a weapon you could get at these levels. And people kind of sometimes like running. I don't see the benefit really of running Regulus here. I'm gonna take a detour here because it's not far to that box. We'll just grab the box. Because why it is very competitive at like end game is that it can clear, you know, much faster than other things. Here, 2 shots will kill an enemy anyway from an AR.
Rogue status removed.
Without having to hunt for the head.
Rogue protocol initiated. Contaminated gear detected.
There's also in a lot of like missions and side missions and stuff, they don't spawn in a way where Regulus is actually that useful in comparison to like activities and stuff. Oh, 100 killing cheese printer, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I finished my sentence. If you really want to know the answer, if you just like ask in the official Discord, a bunch of people in there will have it too at max numbers. Off the top of my head, I think it's 527, but I'm like thinking of like, why is it an odd number? But I don't remember. It's 527 out of something else. But I might also just be misremembering. But yeah, we're still missing a bunch, and I hope like more than anything. Well, not more than anything. That's a tall order. I really hope they fix blueprints in that. Like I feel with especially, you know, it's being a DLC and stuff, and a lot of stuff getting touched, and I hope that they fix the goddamn blueprint issue. Just to have max number at the crafting station. For me, again, once more, it's been a while. Because I was, for the longest of time, it was the, you know, descent. The descent comms were not filled in, and that, like, and the blueprints. But yeah, now we've reached a point where descent comms are all filled in, so that collection is done, but blueprints. Because also, yeah, there was some talk in there. I'm really curious what that also means. But also the way they kind of were talking about it wasn't per se like this is gonna happen with Brooklyn or in the next season. More so like it was an in general thing. But we're kind of talking about exotic blueprints and kind of reworking the exotic blueprints and stuff so you can make your collection whole, complete and stuff. Wonder what all that means. We'll likely see not too long from. Because I'm hoping actually they make some form of you can just craft it with exotic components. That way as well, if you know, for those people that were farming Memento and they got 14 Acostas, if you could make, you know, if you could make a Memento with 5 exotic components, let's say. Also, that would be nice in the same way as Descent blueprints, because I wouldn't keep an Imperial Dynasty around if I could craft it at any time. That would actually be pretty cool. But yeah, we'll see what that actually means. There's a lot of... I feel currently it's a lot of... We'll see what they mean. This could mean this could mean that. Their skills should be higher also. Oh, I haven't been pumping into them. How much are they? 20, 25 and 20. That's fine. But yeah, those the account-wide skill expertise does help indeed with proximity
coverage only.
For now, especially on this account where I definitely have a few weapons that have priority over these kind of skills. Because yeah, taking it from 20 to 25 is wait, was that 45? Yeah, 45, right? Or was it 55? Yeah, 45. Like, I'd rather spend that to get some of the weapons I'm using to 20. Because that's just 20. At least on this again. What would it take for me to level 40 using the DZ method without having good gear or weapons? So the thing would be to go get some gear and weapons first. That'll likely be like an hour or two. Can get you to the point where you have a set together that will just be good enough. And then it's basically, if your set is really good, 2-ish hours. If your set is a little bit less, 2 hours 15, 2 hours 30. Also kind of depends how comfortable you are, like running and gunning, and if you're... Because also part of it is knowing the DZ and kind of, you know, how to get around. Not that it matters that much, you can always follow the Isaac lines, but the Isaac lines are, especially in the DZ, sometimes the slowest route between two landmarks. Well, not the slowest, but it's sometimes bad. I need to actually make this happen, of course.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And this gal's grenade box as well. So for instance, another enemy type that where their kind of backpack basically respawns the names. But here in the DZ then. But of course we couldn't farm them because two of them are stuck in the truck. Although I see already the door is open, so this is gonna be like shooting outcasts in the back of a truck. I mean, it's like shooting outcasts in the back.
Landmark cleared.
But yeah, 2 showers and then a setup. Actually, are you on YouTube or on Twitter? Oh, yes. In YouTube, actually, if you search for Watch Alts and then on my channel and watch the latest video on it, basically, part of that video, basically half of that video, is about how to get gear at level 30 and 31. It isn't too hard to get something workable together pretty quick. And yeah, as I said, kind of in an hour or two, you should be able to get something that would basically do 2 hours, 20 minutes, 2 hours, 30 minutes at most. For DZ. Also, kind of depends on how lucky you get and, you know, how empty it is. For instance, here I've been forced to, you know, I jumped to a different DZ. We spent like 2 minutes there, and then I came over here.
Contaminated gear detected.
It's a 2-minute time loss. Run's dead.
Now detecting contaminated gear.
So kind of depends on a bunch of factors as well. Also, like, you know, sometimes you get lucky and you get a bunch of spawns like right one after the other next door. And sometimes you have to like go back to the control or the checkpoint and then jump around the bench, which eats time. So.
Rogue status removed.
But then also, so for instance, for me and for like a few others, of course, this Pomic as well has gone way too far into it. But I've spent way too many hours, for instance, getting gear together at level 30, especially on third account. On this account, I already had some basically from having a World Tier 5 character, but that's of course like a super rare thing, honestly. But I've spent way too much time, like 10 hours or something, like likely in total. Kind of overkill, but then also, yeah, I reap the benefits a little bit, but yeah, the time invested is not going to be a return on that investment enough. So, but also I kind of enjoyed my time farming the gear and stuff. So,
drop incoming.
You know, just getting the gear was part of the fun, basically. But you basically got one good set together, and you just, you know, will run that. Well, keep in mind that likely when Brooklyn comes out, this will all be completely useless. So, you know, I've already benefited a ton from having multiple gear and stuff, and like sets at their, or having a really good sets at the ready and stuff. But that investment is gonna be a little more costly if you just also, you know, this might be not a method in a month. So you kind of have to, yeah, just do temper expectations basically, because you might get a really good set together and then it's that week that also Brooklyn comes out and it's useless. Or might become useless. We don't know what's gonna happen. It's kind of. Also, if we had this back in the day when OD actually applied to Turk and Drone, that would have been that would have been a bit much. I feel. Did I get the box? I'm not sure I did. It's in the tent there. But this is also the thing. So for instance, one thing you want to learn eventually is kind of where all the boxes are. I guess I did. And what's going to be down there? Also, a chance at 2 boxes. It's not worth it. This one is it's 9, yeah. Yeah, that would be, yeah, kind of like with Descent exotics would be kind of, or Descent blueprints. Because what that really got me, in my case especially, is just the ability to kind of, you know, I don't keep a Devil's Due around anymore because, you know, it might get buffed or something. Because if it gets buffed, I have the blueprint, I'll craft some. Because, you know, for some of those things, it was just not per se a necessity, but you would just stick around to them because, you know, they would be hard to get otherwise. Zone level 30. Yeah, but gear. Yeah. I do miss that as well. Because yeah, if watch alts go away. One of the other things I quite enjoyed actually was level 30 World Tier 5. Because some of the things there was you didn't have optimization. You don't have optimization below level 40. And that, for instance, made it so that, yeah, it's completely different for gear because, you know, you can't go for free talentable stuff. Like something like this is exceptionally rare. Like a full guard roll together with a free talentable. This kind of weapon is, yeah, also perfect for this. Also, aren't I cool for having it? Because yeah, you have no optimization, so you can't just dump resources into optimizing it. You actually need to get it in that form, basically. And then also a bunch of gear sets still below level 40 don't exist. Like you couldn't have Heartbreaker, you couldn't have Striker, you couldn't have all of those. So the balance of like what you go for is completely different. Most people were going for like high-end builds. I was as well. But yeah, you had OD there as well, and especially OD, like since it ever had its buff and stuff. Negotiator was available, which was kind of like the other pick, and all those things were kind of cool. But then yeah, sadly kind of went away. But on the other hand, I do think it is better for the game in the end. But I wouldn't have minded, or well, I didn't mind having World Tier 5. Although, of course, yeah, you didn't have shade levels and stuff, so you weren't like... It always felt a little bit annoying as well, playing on that character and going like, you know... I'm investing time here, I could be investing it on the main character on this account, and, you know, then let's actually also... But yeah, that's also sometimes the downside of kind of live service games. That's one thing I would love, and I've actually I've looked at sometimes here and there old footage, and to maybe put together an I mean basically That's literally as well. If I do make it, that's gonna be the title of it. But it's basically back in my day. Yeah, back in my day, we had to walk to the invaded missions. You can fast travel to them, which is actually a thing. And yeah, a ton of those kind of stuff, but then trying to finding clips of those stuff. And then kind of explaining it. But it's too bad that we can't kind of, you know, you can't go WoW Classic style back to
Contaminated gear
an
detected.
old version or something. No one's running, you know, Division TU8 servers or something like that. Because yeah, that's all under lock and key, kind of. I just ran.
Enemy patrol detected.
Okay, we're 39, last level. So
Rogue protocol deactivated.
we're getting there. Yeah. If I see a crime at the Apple store, does that make you an eyewitness?
Hostile patrol detected.
Hey, Wangy. No, that makes you somebody who's at the Apple store, which is even worse than the person robbing the place. At least he's robbing the place. He has a good reason to be there. I always feel with that discussion as well. Sometimes it still happens in like in works and stuff. We have kind of mixed, especially kind of in my field of work. There's, for instance, I'm very much, of course, on the PC end of things, but a lot of people use Macs and stuff on, you know, for music production and stuff. There's always a little bit of like debate. That still that debate kind of thing exists in there. I feel the best. There's a meme video of it basically that just goes like that. You know, those old commercials of I'm a Mac and I'm a PC. And then basically goes, I'm a Mac and I'm a PC, and then like someone else comes in and they go like, and I'm the browser and I just basically run everything anyway, so the OS doesn't matter anymore. Get the hell out of here. And I'm Chrome and I'm Firefox. I guess kind of like that. So, because nowadays it's all the same. We just it's all an OS just to run a browser anyway. Tempered expectation. podcast, yeah.
Engaging landmark.
It's but yeah, I always love that term. Yeah, sometimes that's actually more important to kind of to do. There's nothing worse than kind of hyping somebody up and not, you know, and it not working out. Which is generally as well the quite often the feedback I get, for instance, on my build showcases and stuff is that people have like tried other people's shit and then have been disappointed, and then at least in my cases also give them the downside, so that gives them more trust, and that's also, you know, what I'm hoping to go for. I'm not here to be a used car salesman for builds. Like, I'll definitely kind of, if I enjoy one, I might kind of go out of my way to tell you I enjoy it, but then also, like, every build has shitty parts. And has good parts. Well, not every build has good parts, because you can also just have a jumbled mess of shit, but... Neither, man. Looking for expertise from... is still only runs? If yes, then can break it down. Taking next month. Do you mean just watch alt runs for getting watch alt for expertise? Or do you mean just level stuff for it? Because yeah, you can just run, for instance, during a watch alt run, or if you're like boosting somebody. You can just have things equipped and such. Because yeah, the kill XP is the same, basically. Well, as long as like a level 40 is in the group. And seeing as you'll be the level 40 likely then. But if you mean just for getting watch alts, basically like I'm doing here, exactly, with trying to get a character level to 40. DZ method for solo invaded missions in group settings is kind of the go-tos. So Solo here, just going into the DZ. We're kind of in a PvE DZ, basically. Well, we ran into other players, but also, yeah, nobody even shot it there. No murders have happened, at least not against agents. But this overall is kind of the quickest way solo, and then in group setting, if you can get somebody to get you into their World Tier 5, not World Tier 5, heroic, heroic with 5 directives. That's the 5 in there. I kind of got caught up on. But yeah, if you're invaded missions on 5 directives, the fastest mission they can kind of find, and you just repeat that over and over again, and then, you know, they basically carry you through, they group scale you through. That's faster than this by quite a bit, but then of course it requires 2 people. At the very least. Because even than that, you could even go even faster by having it be more than 2 people helping. Because each person can do a mission, and then basically the person getting leveled, they just jump around between everybody. Whenever they're near the boss room, they jump to that and then do the boss, and just, you know, that gets them completion, and then on to the next. So you could even have like 7, 8 people in a row at the boss, and one person could jump in between them all. And kind of
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
be 40 in seconds.
10
Well,
in
that's
gear
it.
detected.
Will still take you loading screen-wise a few minutes. For my... Okay, likely 1 or 2 more landmarks. So let's go back to the gate. We'll go hit these 2 in the north. Even though the north belongs to the Nords.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Well, it actually doesn't matter because
Agent out of
all they did here is save me like 20 meters walking over here and getting to the gate. I assume that would be under the turrets there.
Signs 0.
But it wasn't good.
Area
Okay,
detected.
we want to go... Actually, I should have respawned just on this side. Yeah, let's respawn on this side. You can catch... let's... Oh, what did I think of the DLC, basically? Overall, first of all, there's too little to know at the time being. I like visually the thing, like the autumn thing, looks like... I love autumn anyway. Like it's my favorite season, definitely, much more so than snow or summer or anything like that. So I'm on board. It was definitely a cute bracelet, no denying that. I'm still weirded out by that section. For those that haven't seen it, it's a little weird. There's a segment in there where they likely just wanted to give that guy something to say, and like all he had done was design Hoskins, so he had to talk about a cute bracelet.
Engaging landmark.
I hope we get that as an apparel and that it's called cute bracelet. But overall, mechanically, it looks very interesting. It is pretty small, size-wise. Mechanically, the purple flame stuff looks interesting. The control points looks interesting. The world, like the repeatable world missions, and then 3 missions. That sounds good, actually. Hunters, all in for that, all on board. Loving that. I'm happy that they're kind of doing those kinds of things for DLC, because that could really, like, it's very easy to go like, yeah, you know, we're doing a very small DLC. Why are we doing hunters, right? But still doing 8 hunters, like, there's a lot of hype that surrounds that and stuff, which is kind of cool. So. Overall,
Landmark has been
I'm kind of excited, but also, you know, it could be a buggy mess. We don't know till we actually have it in our hands, right? The last few seasons going decently smooth. There's been some issues, of course, but the last few seasons actually have gone pretty smooth. Like, patch day hasn't been like everything's broken. There's been broken stuff, but then they fixed it pretty quickly. All of these things kind of give me decent hope for it. So, but yeah, tentatively excited. But also I know, like, for me, I'm not a hype person anyway. Like, that goes like, oh, it's gonna be awesome. And no, we have no idea. At the very least, just having extra, like, I love this game anyway. I will likely play this game kind of till they take it down, or like something of similar ilk or better kind of exists. I'll upgrade if you know somebody else makes an similar game that plays just as good and such. I'll be here. So, but then at least getting something new. Looking forward to it. The season as well, actually. So they put that. I don't know if you saw that they put out PTS notes, and tomorrow PTS starts actually. So we'll see what that's as well. But that's then the season. So that's only the season stuff, not the thingy stuff, the Brooklyn stuff. Yeah, I'm level 40. Is this invaded? No, it doesn't look like there's two there. Also, because yeah, we're gonna get sessioned into a level 40 DZ.
Incoming dark zone drop.
Yeah, so that's going to a different DZ there. We got sessioned into a different DZ. It isn't invaded, so actually my if I run into an NPC, they don't instantly kill me here, because otherwise I have level 30 gear equipped. But here, still at level 40, normalization still happens, and I get level 40 stats, basically. That's why my armor bar is not, like, instantly empty. If it was invaded, I would likely get one shot by an NPC here. But also, that doesn't matter. We get sent back to the
Dark zone drop has been delivered.
To the checkpoint. Let's let me get your vision. So I can take my level 30 Elmo with the system corruption and level 30, 40 in the DZ. Is system corruption available at 30? Was it available at 30? It's a season 1 thing, so. So what is this going to be insane season? Well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. Oh, actually, in this, so for instance, the modifier doesn't look too OP, because that's, for instance, what's been really a big power creep these last 2 seasons when it came to Division. Let's pop all our caches. At every level, we've gotten some of these. Let's, because yeah, we're done with this character. Let's take them actually over here. Let's go talk to Coop and get our actual watch outs or watch points. Search follow Canton Altar. Exactly.
Hey, Agent.
Security will we get in the DLC doesn't mean we get instance watch outs. So currently there is some talk about likely watch outs just disappearing in the form that they currently exist. So we'll have to see what that means exactly in the future. And that would likely as well kind of coincide with their economy changes, because yeah, you kind of would need to want to change how the economy of, for instance, yeah, doing watch out runs and stuff impacts expertise and such. But you could just bring the price down on expertise, or maybe have even a different resource in there that can be trickled in a controlled way, basically, because that could also be
compromised.
Got some credits.
Subroutine unlocked and synchronized.
Look at this little 40 cash.
Good to see you.
Yeah, we'll keep that. What's the other one? Yeah, let's give this guy something to change into. Let's go. We'll grab a level 40 shield splinter from here. That'll be their main weapon. Although I shouldn't swap till I Should put this in the stash. It's usually how I do it. I'm gonna give them some gear. We want to get the SHU requisition with them, of course, because they have that. Because I will forget otherwise. Let's go get that, and that'll be basically the end of the stream in a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna just upgrade to high end. We're not gonna stick around on the other one. I'm just gonna craft. Actually, if I am on high end, might as well. Wait, where's they? I'll grab some Providence on this end. Actually, I should just grab a gift if I'm. Usually, I don't actually upgrade to Beyond Purple, just to sometimes do that like weird things with purples. But here we'll grab a gift. We'll grab a. Do I grab a sacrifice? No, let's grab a ferocious call. Fixed talents, making for easier things. We'll even take a Picaros maybe. Would actually go. Second peace process, maybe even. My blind, yeah. Doesn't matter what the stats are, don't care. Just enough gear to put what we have here into the stash, and then this set will go to the next watch alt run basically. So don't want to mess any of them up accidentally and leave them on this character when we delete it, because that would make me cry. Okay, so. And they are empty. Let's actually put mods on this. Just yeah, let's go get some resources, get let's actually requisitions, and then this will be done. This now gets me all of the watch points. Because on this account I have a decent amount. It's already even actually put some in there. A refill already. What do we need for this? We need water. Actually, I'm low on receiver components, but that's gonna fix itself in a second. I'll likely just buy some weapons here. I already forgot what we need. Water. So let's go get basically one of each. Then as well, I have one for several upcoming ones. We'll go start with water. Oh my god, just go from materials. You think it's a waste of time? I don't think they're gonna touch like overflow materials. In general, although well, if you have like watch outs and stuff and you just don't care about resources at all anymore, it's a fine enough thing to do. I generally don't. I kind of want to be able to do this. I get resources. Otherwise, I feel I'm wasting those basically. I don't think they're gonna like lower it or anything. So yeah, you could dump a lot of resources in there. The question is more like, will it be worthwhile? Will it be way too much to be useful maybe in the future? Because I'm gonna guess that's like common with this as well, right? Like prices keep going down. Expertise has gone down several times. You know, optimization, even in comparison to original optimization, is a much cheaper than it used to be at initial parts. So prices just go down anyway, so might be kind of overkill. Yeah, exactly. For $20 as well. For no reason, so you just see what's that about it. Yeah. I mean, some people will always. There is enough to complain. Like, I can definitely get the sentiment of like, we waited 5 years for this, but the thing is, of course, no, we didn't wait 5 years for this. They've been working on this for like a year and a bit. So this is what they have been able to do in that time at the end of the day as well. If nothing else, unless it completely breaks everything. if nothing else, it's still, you know, it's more than we had before as an option even. So but yeah, especially if, because I saw some people, especially before the thing as well in some Discord, going like, oh yeah, no, there's some leaked stuff. It's going to be like 5-6 zones, and it's going to be also a new horde mode, and it's like all of this stuff and all. It's just like, and then kind of the price of $15 leaked, and it was just like, are you sure? I don't think it's gonna have all that, but some people still held on. And yeah, if that was your expectation, but I feel actually from their end, they did a good job of tempering expectations. Like they never hyped it up to be like the greatest thing ever. Even though that's, you know, they're kind of paid to do that, but they still went like, hey, it's gonna be smaller than Wony. It is in the end as well. It's don't expect everything from it. And yeah. We have played Destiny. I'm curious your thoughts on it. Yeah, actually I played it on stream here and there. Actually quite recently as well. We jumped back in whenever there was a Ubisoft Connect kind of thing that was broken, so I couldn't log in for an evening, so we went to Destiny actually. And actually, like a year ago at this point, I did like 3 weeks of it or 2 weeks of it on stream and such. It's not my game. It's not a game made for me. It's much more of a game made for people that are much more into execution than just build crafting. Thing for me already at the start of it, any game that is class-based, like Division has spoiled me. Several MMOs I've played through the years, especially one of the first loves, which is Star Wars Galaxies, classless. Although, well, not until, although later on it actually did have classes, but that was way later on. But actually, then even it was still professions, and you could swap professions at any time. System-wise, yeah, it's not my thing, especially as well. One of the things that kind of annoys me, and a lot of games do this. So, what I kind of like about Division, and just, you know, at a core thing, more so like not per se for me, but just as a general sense thing, like IKEA 5 years ago. Just having here going weapon damage is increased by this percent for this for every 10% ammo missing. Although actually, yeah, Optimus doesn't actually work this way, but it gives numbers. One of the things that annoys me the most about Destiny, it increases damage. Whenever you get a kill, it increases damage. It slows RPM and increases damage. How much? How much decrease? How much increase damage? Why do I need to go look at an external source for like what I would consider the bare minimum? Not just basic information, bare minimum. Like, that really annoys me with it. Also the jumping. The jumping can... I'm happy Division has no jumping, honestly. No jumping puzzles. Because also that jump is literally hit, like, at least for hunters and stuff, that jump is literally Halo's jump from 20 years ago. Floaty and shitty. But overall, like, it is a really well-made game. Like, the events are pretty good. The designs and stuff, for instance, for me as well, aren't my thing. I very much more like this, you know, something rooted in, you know, just real life kind of things. Because in a way, just the visual language is already things that you just have in real life. So quite often I feel the visual language kind of clashes between what I'm expecting of a thing through its visual language than its actual, what it ends up being in Destiny especially. But that was even more so in like First Ascendance. But the TLDR is good game, not for me. Although as well, just at the base level as well, I'm much more into third-person shooters than first-person. So it was always going to be an uphill battle for there. Because actually, even for instance, yesterday, actually this weekend, I was planning while the drops are active because yeah, I don't have those, so it's kind of annoying to be in the category without having drops. Basically, yeah. So I was planning on doing Warframe for the last few days, but then they announced the PTS. I wanted to do a Watch Alt run this weekend, so I moved that up to today, and then so we can play around with the PTS. Oh, I'm full on. What? Wait, did this character already have some? Oh, I guess this character already had some. Okay. Huh. Yeah, let me catch up here. And actually, already in the background, I'm gonna because yeah, we're gonna round that in a few minutes. I'm gonna already start looking for somebody to raid in a second, as we'll send everybody off on their merry way. Yeah, actually, yeah, let's go with that. Although, have I rated this person in a while? Actually, yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, let me catch up on some of the last things here, and then we'll send everybody off on a raid. There's so much more content, though. Thing is, for me, the minute to minute is much more important than content. That's also why I'm actually like a fan, honestly, of like the modifier system. It changes up like all the content that already exists instead of, because for me as well, I didn't enjoy some of it quite a bit. In some parts as well, it just seems like it's not per se set up to be soloed. The matchmaking system is, I'm weirded out that that is its matchmaking system, like basically with like not even being able to just pick a thing and go like, hey, matchmake this. No, you have to like go look at the thing, and then you have to go into a different system and find that thing again and then matchmake it, which was insane to me, basically. Because yeah, that's kind of the thing as well. Like, yeah, I have to kind of enjoy the game. Because the content we go through at once, if the game is enjoyable. Because in Division, we're repeating things. I've done a watch out before. I've done every mission before. But then what changes it up for me is I maybe haven't done it with a purple build. I may not have done it with, like, you know, Umbra. I might not have done it with a Heartbreaker tech tank. I might not have done it with a third drone hybrid. And each of those kind of plays at least a little bit different. That's also kind of the thing that I'm missing for me personally in Destiny is you can shake it up, of course, with the skills and the but in the end, it's very similar. Like the colors of the things change, you know, when you go from void to solar and stuff. Mechanically, it changes a little, but the grenade is still grenade. Kinda. So, whereas a red build versus a fire eclipse is really a shift in playstyle. Okay. Gonna be guys. I'm gonna connect to them. I'm gonna expect the first day is gonna still be shitty. Like any DLC and stuff. I don't have high hopes for the first day. But we'll see. Actually, so last few times we haven't had any like server extensions with maintenances. The patches have just gone in cleanly. I'm actually like, they seem to have gotten their shit together. Hopefully their shit will hold together and not turn into diarrhea. You're welcome for that visual image. Not good, yeah. Discussions on this and like detailed division descriptions are, yeah. I feel like as well in there, I'm like weirded out that they never implemented something of toggle expert mode or something like extended mode, or just hold down a button for extra. Give me the numbers. Because I want to go, the numbers, what do they mean? But if there are no numbers there, it just greatly increases. Although likely there is some like wording thing to it, right? But I didn't see the pattern just going through like some website that I found, which explains some of the talents. Here's not sure what here does it. Yeah. The thing is, for instance, that as well. I don't like the reset in gear. Although the thing is with there, you're basically making kind of like one build and then you're maybe swapping in exotics and such, right? It's not like Division where you're kind of going for multiple builds. It's kind of what we were talking earlier. Like a game like Destiny, loot-wise and stuff, is tall. Basically, it's taking one thing and just making it like really, tall. Division is more so about wide. You can still make tall builds basically by just improving them, expertising them and stuff, but it's much more about just having a lot of builds and like variety there, which is actually my preferred way, definitely. The rave notes, especially and stuff, because values of shit, yeah. Well, so especially like I don't mind spreadsheets. I just make it internal, because Division has it too. Literally the Optimist, like this talent does not work in this way exactly, basically. So yeah, wrong text guide. That those things exist, but it's still at least there. And actually, if you take this description, you can still come to the right conclusions of like it's 45% at max, and then you can half it to have it average. So there's that. For those that don't know and are like, what are you talking about, Optimist? And the weapon damage per shot goes up. It's not per 10% ammo missing like it's talking about here. It is every shot. It is basically taking this magazine size and then +1 because it has a tactical reload, 51. It is dividing this 45 by this 51, and every shot is doing that much weapon damage more than the last. So it's not per se this, but explaining it like that might take a little bit more, like a few more sentences. So this technically, at 10% ammo missing, we would do +4.5%. But it isn't actually working in that, because this gives the impression that it's going in chunks when it isn't. Gear score because you're gonna someplace. Although you take the gear as well into other gear, of course, right? So because actually for me, for a lot of my characters in there, I have like some from one of the kind of like global event things, or well, just event things with them. I got some gear that seems to be better than any gear I keep getting. Like just it has more stats, which kind of makes sense for it. So I keep just absorbing other gear score into it. So that doesn't feel as deep as Vision, but games are greater. No, I definitely can. Like I'm not gonna like Destiny to me isn't. It's not for me. Like that's the worst I can give it, basically. But it is well made. It is actually well crafted. It has, like all games, a ton of issues, but it at its core, it is enjoyable. It is a fun game, basically, because you kind of need that to be there as well. It needs to work in some ways, kind of. I could totally see myself playing it. It's just I also have Division, so I prefer that. But here and there as well, likely in the future we'll jump in at some point into that. And although Warframe kind of still has priority now, we'll jump into that at some point again and actually give it more than like a few hours. So the BTS patch notes, Tinker, Bird, and Streamline are amazing. Yeah, Streamline is a little too amazing though. Streamline and what was the other thing? Oh yeah, the sticky. Although the sticky is not part of the patch notes, it's also not part of the. But yeah, we have even more exotics and stuff because the DLC is happening at the same time. As for instance, in this as well, the mask that we had that they showed in the DLC trailer wasn't in this set, of course. But yeah, Abridged looks pretty interesting. It really depends on, we were talking about it earlier. It really depends on what the stats of it are. If it isn't weapon damage, crit chance, crit damage, it's gonna struggle. Because if it's like blue core, explosive resistance, hazard protection, it's dead on arrival. No talent is gonna save you there. If it's full red, that might even be actually a little bit too good. So maybe even you go weapon handling crit chance, maybe even with it. Because killer plus measured, for instance, or that streamline plus killer. Because that streamline is that I would be surprised if it went into the final game at 87. 87 is a lot. Discuss any talents to mix it for a bridge. Yeah, so earlier on we went through the you can watch the VOD later on if you really want to know my thoughts on all of it. I won't go over all of them here, but we went over the patch notes and kind of talked a lot about that actually. It's very expensive to blading them. That's also a thing. A price, the price. Although, well, in the vision, I mean, I make it more expensive for myself, right? By just although here, but even like on main account, I did buy this as we even used it on today's video that went up. So I've spent more here on apparel than I could have gotten Destinies and stuff, but and Andy that is no drops sadly for me, although that's by choice as well on my end. It's not like I'm getting excluded or something, but for it you need to be Ubisoft partner. I'd rather not have direct connection to basic as long as it's not needed. Although I might capitulate at that as well, because I also were kind of talking with someone go like you do know that also when the DLC releases, it's going to be drops again, and then they're likely going to do these a lot. So I might just capitulate, but also I might just be stubborn. I might stay stubborn and just go like I'd rather not. But if it's crit damage, if it's damage crit, it's going to be meta. Yeah. The thing is, though, you would still want one Coyote in the team because that would just still be worthwhile. And then in team settings, then the thing is, though, that partially as well, there is, of course, some limitations to it, especially places where killer is not really the greatest pick. It likely won't beat, because you're basically replacing a brand bonus for it, right? Although actually, talent-wise, it would always still beat. So we'll see actually what the stats are. Because I think actually for it to be balanced, it might have to be like weapon handling crit chance, honestly. Because especially still raid-wise, there's places you can't trigger killer, so then you have to have like measured plus strained or something, and now the value is a lot lower. But what I think actually will be a great thing with it is to have killer plus preservation for just running gunning. Or measured plus preservation. Or actually, for SMGs, unwavering plus killer or measured. So there is a lot of interesting, especially putting some utility and not just going all in on damage, but just getting some utility and still keeping a decent amount of damage. I think that could be actually pretty cool. Because, for instance, now dropping from killer to preservation is, I feel, too big of a step. Even measured to preservation, it's kind of like, I'd rather take a palisade piece. But if I can especially as well, like, have several weapons, which I already do, right? Like, with different talents. Because that could also be the cool thing about it. Like, how many times do we reroll the Lexington, right? Instead of that, we'll have just, maybe measured on that. And then we have a secondary weapon with killer, one with preservation, one with, I don't know, stabilize. And you swap it out as what you're doing. Like if you're try-harding, you put killer there. If you're just, wanting to survive, you put preservation there. If you, want the handling, you put the stabilize there. You can basically swap the second talent in without recalibrating, which for most of us isn't that big of a deal, of course, but actually for newer players, like those recalibrations add up over time, of course. Yeah, let's roll it out here. Let's go and although actually they've been up for quite a while. Actually,
the cover, but it's not.
No, let's go raid your girl's rabbit, which we haven't raided in a while, just mostly because I've raided everybody else. Also, everybody seems to be doing decently fine in the category anyway. So we'll add to this person. I'll be back tomorrow, and likely actually tomorrow I'll be back in the afternoon. So if I can, I might want to jump on basically when PTS starts. Do an afternoon and an evening. This I'm testing on the PTS, start making some of the basically damage calculation things and stuff, of course, because also likely my next video will actually not be refactor as I said in my today's video, but it's going to be my thoughts on the PTS, because that my next video is planned for Monday, so that'll work out. For the assassin mask, yeah, the assassin mask is like the very interesting thing of that one. The gear set as well, I'm kind of interested in testing it. Puck-on as well, kind of, but also, yeah, if kind of needs a damage challenge, I feel, or some more damage in some form. We'll see we'll see how it works out, basically. It is a damage from Streamline without any drawbacks or triggers. Well, it has a drawback. Like, if you're running a Revive Hive and you get downed, you are now damage talentless for 2 minutes, right? Or 2.5. Well, it kind of depends on tiering and stuff. So there is a price, because basically what you should do then is not run a Revive Hive, right? The cooldown is way too long. So that's kind of the payoff or the cost of it. But especially in like coordinated teams, that price isn't there, right? So it's just too big of a number, honestly. 87% is basically even at a striker with grade 29. We calculated earlier was like still like 38 something percent in damage increase. Killer is like in the 20% range, depending on build. Measured is in the 15% range, depending on build. What are we talking about in the, well, sadist, it's 30%. This is more than perfect sadist. Oh, no, actually it was 30-ish%, right? No, that was what it was. It was like 30, it was just below 30%, actually. The 40 was or the 38 was the sticky, actually. Yeah. But yeah, around 30%, around sadist, with a much easier conditionality, right? Like, but I think as well, I would be surprised if the final version is 87. I don't think that will happen. Just use no skills. I mean, a lot of players are already living that life. They never use their skills. For me, actually, like that talent would never be a choice, really, unless it's like really needed. Well, unless it goes in with that damage number, because then for incursions and stuff, yeah, we'll just do it without skills or rates. Especially stacking that plus measured or killer with abridged. It's just too high of a number. We'll see, actually, if they come to their senses with that. Hell, it might be even a typo or something going into it tomorrow. Wouldn't be the first time that like a talent has had a typo, although usually not on that number. Yeah, let's send everybody off. I'll be back tomorrow. Although we should check if
Backup request.
they're not like rounding out right now. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. We'll continue on then. For now, enjoy Rabbit. And yeah, I'm happy I got my watch alt in because I wanted to do that so we can just use up some of these watch points, get some more Lengmo till we have the Lengmost. I didn't just want Leng more, I want the Lengmost. Yeah, well, we'll see how that goes. But I can do that basically in between and just leave a macro running and just spend some of those points. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. Hope you guys and gals had fun. and hope to catch some of you tomorrow and over the weekend, as always. Spending quite a bit of time going around PTSing until we get the D, right? That's that's how that works. Enough cringing. Let's send everybody off. Enjoy your girl's rabbit, and I'll be back tomorrow. And as always, have a good night.